Well, good morning, everyone. If we can get all of our FFA students to kind of congregate into one area, we'll get a photo taken. So all of our FFA students, if you want to do me a favor as we're getting our photographer to head that way, all of you kind of congregate, get close. Don't skip any seats. Why don't we use the south section here? Everybody kind of get all scrunched up together. Well, good morning, everyone, and we're going to get our shows on our south side of the show ring underway here this morning. On the south side of the show ring this morning, we are going to be starting with our Limousine show. Very excited and want to welcome to the Classic Dan Harker. Danny's coming to us from East Hope, Indiana. Him and his family are involved in raising purebred Simmentals, very involved in the Simmental Junior programs. Assisting in our ring on the south side, we have Miss Emily Kaiser. Emily's grown up showing at the Classic, been a part of the scholarship program, now is a young professional herself, as well as a cattleman. Also in the south ring is Sarah Uphoff. Sarah is the graphic designer for the Classic, and they will be assisting in the south ring. Today, our official announcer on our shows is Miss Susan Littlefield with KRVN.
And good morning to everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the winter edition of NCC The Classic. It is going to be a fun, packed day of showing. We encourage you to grab your notepads, make some notes as you see these animals come into the show ring, because it'll help you making your decisions tomorrow when we have sale day. Here in the South Ring, we're going to get underway with our Limousine show. This will be Class 1. There should be 3 total in this class. Heifers that are born from April 1st to April 22nd. And what's really cool is we'd like to remind our champions that you're going to be receiving a certificate for a free embryo from Vitality. This is going to be for both open and junior shows with a value of $195. And just to clarify, that will be for the champion heifers. We're now going to get ready on the north side of the ring. These will be our mains as we start out with heifer class 1. There are 2 in this class. May 3rd and May 12th. Chuck Lemonager is our judge out of Fairbury, Illinois.
Well, good morning. Here in the South Ring, we start off with the Limousine breed, and we start off with a black heifer. I think is just super sound in her overall design in terms of structure, but she's a heifer that's really long hip, big back, got an ample amount of rib shape to her, good and extended through her front 1/3. I think that's a very high quality heifer to start off this class of April-born females. The red heifer coming out next, I think, has a little bit of an advantage in terms of the way she sets down at the ground within this class, but a heifer with plenty of length and dimension to her, go on and make a nice breeding piece on down the road. The black one coming out, I love the shape of this heifer. Not quite as stout and powerful as the red one in front of her, but one that's definitely got her place. I think you could take that one home and make some breeding decisions and further your operation. Thank you.
On the south side, here's the results of your Limousine Class 1. First exhibited lot number 10 from Mill Road Cattle, born April 12th of 22. Second is lot number 9, Matt Bruner, born April 1 of 22. And third will be lot 11 from Bullis Creek Ranch, born April 22nd. Well, Class 2, there's just a single entry in that. And a quick note, at both the north and side, at the conclusion of each one of our breeds, the judge will be taking a moment to head to the backdrop to have a photo taken with our champion animals.
Well, certainly an honor and a privilege to be back here in Nebraska, and I think we've got a really good place to start here. In both heifers, extremely high quality, but to me, I just like the advantage, the slight advantage this one's got in not only your overall length, but moreover, when you analyze this heifer, and I think when in relation to age, it's just quite a bit stouter from hock to ground, not only in terms of hock to ground, but also up front. And to me, that always reads as a direct correlation to muscle. And with that being said, she blends a little bit better from the point of her shoulder up forward, and to me, just comes at you with a notch more power and dimension, and one that I certainly think will be competitive in the show ring, as well as go race some bulls for this young lady or whoever decides to buy her. Without a doubt, she's probably a little bit on the elevation of being big for me today, but I think with that being said, that added advantage of length of body and stoutness of bone is what kind of drives her over that one in second. One in second, without a doubt, when she relaxes, and particularly in motion. I really appreciate that one being ultra sound and flexible off of both ends. And yet, to me, when she started out, she was a little bit anxious and roached up in her top. But yet, as the young lady got her shown and got her rolling around the ring, she relaxed and dropped that down. But to me, you can kind of see it. She's just a little bit frailer in her makeup. I think down the road she can catch that other one just a little bit farther behind in her maturity for me today. Two really good heifers, both ultra complete and ultra sound. Just a little bit added advantage of muscle and punch in that class winner.
Back over here in the Limousine ring, we have a single entry in the March-born class, but one I think's got a bright future in front of her. Really long and level in her design, good and extended through her front 1/3, lays in nice and neat in that shoulder. And you get behind her, she's really powerfully constructed for as green as she is in her overall condition. I think you take that one home, turn her loose on some feed. That one will really wow you come next summer and into fall.
Here's your results from the north side in Class 1 of our mains. First exhibited, lot number 6, exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger, born the 12th of May. Second will be lot 7, also exhibited by J.C., born May 3rd. Single entry coming in Class 2 in the north ring. In the south ring, your results of Class 2, lot 8, Torgerson Farms, born March 18th. Picking now will be our selection of our champion Limousine female. Again, just a reminder for both the north and the south rings, at the conclusion of each breed show, the judges will be stepping away from the ring to go over to the backdrop to have photos taken.
Well, good morning to all of our FFA youth, and welcome here to the Classic. We're excited to have you here and want you to enjoy your day. Okay, the question that you have that we want you to go and visit with the cattlemen in the barn, the business people that are here, what are the challenges facing the agricultural labor force? And what
Well,
are
I got here for champion Limousine female. I think there's two really nice class winners and a second that's very respectable. When you get out and you analyze them in terms of power and growth and extra added dimension, but yet still sound and very functional in her type and kind, the one out of the first class will be your champion. We'll follow up with the class winner out of the second class for your reserve. Congratulations to these sellers.
Okay, what are the challenges facing the agriculture labor force, and what are farmers and ranchers doing to help offset these labor shortages?
The neat part about judging cattle is when you get to watch them in motion, because I know a lot of the times, like when we're checking cows or just whatever at home, what do we always do? We watch them walk. And I tell you, this is one thing that this heifer, when she gets into motion, balances up so well. Just absolutely flawless in terms of her given set to both her front end and back end, and just love that slope to that shoulder. And yeah, she looks absolutely breathtaking when she stopped, but what I really appreciate about this one is when she gets into motion is when she really comes together. And I always enjoy that when them cattle get out and really go and can move. That this one could certainly stand some competition in a March class.
Here's your results out of the South Ring on the Limousine Show. Your champion exhibited by Mill Road Cattle. That again is lot number 10. Your reserve is from Torgerson Farms, lot number 8. Over on the north side, Class 2, your exhibitor was in first, number 5, Melina Lindstrom, and that is a March 8th born heifer. Single entry in Class 3 with a bonus.
One thing about it is you always hope your show heifers turn into good cows, and boy, one that I bet after this one calved didn't change a whole bunch, because I love this one in terms of her balance and feet and legs, but yet, without a doubt, yeah, maybe you'd want to give her just a nickel more udder, but that calf sure doesn't look hungry to me and has got some bloom to it. Just an awesome pair here that could, once again, stand a tremendous amount of competition. I think one that, as a bred heifer, you look at that one more as a donor down the road than you do just basically a show or just a cow prospect. That one's got a lot of quality to her as well. Really, really nice pair.
Here's your results on the north side, Class 3, exhibited by Michael Schultz. This is Lot 4, born the 10th of March. And on the south side, we are now into the Limousine Bull Show. This is Class 4.
Well, I tell you, you don't have to go very far in this particular breed to kind of get started with your cow herd, and yet have some really good show heifers as well. But one thing when I'm judging, my dad always taught me is when you're going and doing them, just always pick the one that you buy first. And I guess to me, that's why these sale deals are really enjoyable for me, because I kind of balance. I always judge like that anyway. But I think we've got the heifer down in the first hole. I think, there's one that down the road, I think as she makes a big and gets a bigger calf in her and just starts to belly up a little bit more, that one's going to be awful competitive this summer. Why? Primarily because A, she's so good at the ground, but yet two, I think with that length of body in terms of muscle volume she's got when in relation to her age, I think that one's got a lot of quality. Does she balance up maybe as good in overall as these two right behind her? To me, probably not. But I think that one down the road has certainly got some potential. But I think when you land on especially this pair, I think when you get a cow that looks like a bred heifer or a 2-year-old that looks like that, and basically after you calve could still go out and show and be that uber competitive, I think is awful hard to deny. But yet I think that calf heifer in second as well has got a tremendous amount of quality. And like I said, she's like a sewing machine when she gets to moving. She's just so fluent, soft off of both ends. But I think to me, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's cow-calf pair for champion. The young lady here in the heifer in second will be reserved. But let's go ahead and give these people a nice round of applause for bringing you a good set of sale cattle here.
With 2 entries here in the Limousine Bull Show, and 2 really nice bulls that we come out here with. But I think there's one just in terms of power and design and levelness of hip and big foot and big bone work under him, yet still good in his testicular development. Go out with some cows and cover a lot of cows come springtime. Be this aged advantage bull here in the front, the Lot 3. He'll be your class winner and your champion bull. Follow up the one when 4 there, or the Lot 4 bull for your reserve. I think that's another one, really long-made bull. Maybe not quite as stout as what our winner is, but one that's got a lot of good to him, depending on how you want to set up your cow herd. There's a lot of advantages in these 2 bulls. Congratulations.
So here are your results. First in the north ring, your champion Maine female exhibited out of lot 4 by Michael Schultz. Your reserve champion comes out of lot 5 and exhibited by Melina Lindstrom. We're going to be bringing in a single entry class 4 for the bulls. Over now on the south side, we've wrapped up the Limousine show. Your champion Limousine was exhibited by Mill Road Cattle. That is lot number 3. Your reserve is Torgerson Farms, lot number 2. We'll be taking a moment break on the south side for the conclusion as the judge will go over to take photos with our champion animals. We'll be coming back here shortly with the Angus show on the south side.
Really nice single entry Maine bull here. And I guess where he really gets pretty unique for me is for as big a back and wide a pinned as he is, to me, I think when in relation to that, he still lays in pretty good at that point of his shoulder. I like him in terms of that length of body. You know, sure, I think with the trends of the show ring today, you maybe want to make him just a little bit softer middled. But I think in terms of real world practicality, I think he's got more than ample enough rib to, you know, definitely go out and survive. I think he's a good testicled bull that gets around the ring with relative free and easement. I think just a nice, good herd bull prospect here that could certainly stay in some competition. Nice calf here for a single entry.
And congratulations, your champion Maine comes out of lot number 1, EMS Enterprises, born January 15th of 22. We'll take a short break. We're going to allow for the judge to go over and take a photo for the champions and come back with the keys on the north side. And again, just a reminder, thanks to Vitality, 1 free embryo will be given to our champion heifers for the open and the junior show. We encourage you, cattlemen and women, to go visit all the exhibitors around this area because lots of them here with items that you might need in your ranching operation. Again, our judges will be back here in just a few moments. They are over at the backdrop having photos taken with our champion animals. When they do return on the south side, we'll be starting with the Angus show, and on the north side with the Keys. Make sure you stop by and visit the Zinpro booth located by Cactus Jacks and get signed up to win a mineral feeder. That drawing will take place tomorrow at the heifer pen sale. So head over to Zinpro's booth and get signed up.
Well, Susan, we're letting the judges take some photos with our breeders, and the Classic's really excited about the modification of our schedule this year, and that allows us to do these little things that breeders and the youth, everybody appreciates. And the only thing is, if KRVN couldn't work on this weather forecast.
Well, we did push the snow a little north, so hopefully that'll help.
Yeah, and am I hearing you talking about it's going to warm up a little bit, a little cold, but Friday it's going to be, 40 degrees?
Just in time for our youth to be here. That'll help to calm the nerves of the parents, because it'll be nice out.
Absolutely. And, want to encourage and remind everybody, come outside and take a look at those commercial heifers out there. We've got some heifers calving this morning, and it's really a true testament of they've come right off the ranch to town, and they're going to be ready to go right back to your own ranch. And so lots of exciting things happening here in the house.
There are some beautiful, beautiful animals out there, and those babies. There's nothing better than a newborn calf.
Yeah, and remember, with that schedule change, the sales will start tomorrow promptly at 11 o'clock, and all of these breed sales will be tomorrow, and that commercial heifer pen sale, as well as Supreme Rose tomorrow night.
I think it's a neat opportunity with you doing the revamp that you did. Somebody who wants to come in and buy more than one breed has the opportunity to do it in one day, so it's one day to come to town, one day to find somebody to do chores for them, so they can focus on adding to what they've already got at home.
Well, and it comes back to, I don't know if you heard me talking about the question that the FFA students are doing today, and that question is based off of, the labor shortage, how whether, it doesn't matter what industry you're in today, but we're going to focus on the labor shortage for farmers and ranchers and how they're dealing with that, and the time, because unfortunately, most of the people here today, there's probably a son or a grandpa or the grandma or a daughter that's at home watching everything, and only one person gets to come to town. So we need to kind of help focus and make it easy, and so that we are making an effective use of everybody's time.
Hey, I understand that the backdrop, because that's where we've had our judges. One of our judges just came back, but you could buy the backdrop.
It is, we're really excited. We've got Megan Blankenship here with Next Level and her team, and very excited to have her at the picture backdrop. If you guys travel to shows all across the nation, that young lady and her team is there. So very honored to have Megan and Next Level at our backdrop. And you're right on, Susan. That backdrop on Thursday night in our barn party, we're going to sell it. And all these winds that are happening, that would make a great windbreak somewhere. So lots of opportunities. You can buy it, or hang it in your barn.
Hey, and more importantly, the money goes to scholarships.
It is. The Classic Board is very diligent and very passionate about building that next generation, and all of those dollars go into a scholarship program that nearly $15,000 in cash and prizes and awards throughout the year are awarded back to our kids. And looks like we're ready in our north ring, Susan, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Sounds good. We'll let Chuck do some looking at some cattle. We're going to start with the keys. If they're about ready to come in, there should be 2 in one class. And over on the south side, we're getting underway as well. We'll let Dan start looking at the Angus. This is Class 1, a single entry, born the 20th of August.
Well, in our first class of Angus females here, we brought out an August-born female. Get you into a little bit different division when you go to showing these females, or you carry her over and make her a long-aged one when you calve her out as a little over a 2-year-old. But you talk about one that's really athletic and functional in her build, really good and level in her spine and her hip design, one that's got some shape and dimension to her for this age of the game. If you've got a little kid that's needing to show an Angus, I'd say this one will fit right into that boat.
Congratulations, lot number 3, Triple R Angus. Single entry coming in now for the Angus show in class number 2. And again, we'll be getting underway with the keys here momentarily.
March-born Angus female. Hell, it's her first trip to town, but you talk about one that's really cool in her overall design, good and extended through that front 1/3. Love the way that one ties into that neck-shoulder junction and comes out there with that neck. But that's one that's got a lot of good things to her. She just needs to be taken home, have a little bit of time on her in terms of getting her broke a little bit better, but that's one that's really, really made right. I think it's got a bright future as a show heifer, but more importantly, a cow on down the road for a new buyer.
Results of class 2 on the south side. Lot number 32, Breaker Livestock, born the 22nd of March. Momentarily, class 3 will be entering the ring, and there'll be 3 exhibitors.
Outstanding pair of key heifers here. And to me, I think obviously both heifers are very similar in their overall type and kind. I think both heifers are really good in terms of their basic build. I think they're both extremely feminine up through that front end. To me, though, I think the April heifer here in this particular key division, I think when you get right behind her and analyze that one for the amount of muscle she's got down that top and out through that hip and quarter, and you can see it from the side. She's got a little more turn to that loin edge and reads with a little more shape from the side, as well as just a notch stouter in terms of her overall bone work. Now, to me, I think that the heifer in second's a little bit cooler up through that front end, up through that jaw, but she runs out a little bit in terms of that muscle and power when you get right behind her. I think that one, in terms of just sheer cow power, though, when you get that one out on the go, is extremely sound as well. Both really good heifers, just like that slight advantage in terms of punch of that class winner here. Both really good heifers, though. Be fun to see them come back as cows as well.
You know, Susan, right now is a perfect time as we got the keys and the Angus in the ring. Dads, grandpas, kids, you know, there's 2 junior nationals that are in Nebraska this summer, the Key Junior National and the Angus Junior National. So keep that in mind on these females. A great way to buy them. Get involved in that classic scholarship program. And you know what, Susan, there's more 8 and 9-year-olds in that program anymore than there is older kids. So lots of opportunities on these females as we're in the Angus and Key shows.
And it's nice to see that excitement coming from the youth that keeps the program going for years on. So here's your results of your keys for your heifers. First we'll go to KQM Cattle. That's lot 11, born the 22nd of April, and second is lot 8, also exhibited by KQM Cattle, born the 15th of March. They will be your champion and your reserve champion key. Entering now are the bulls. This is class number 2, and there are 3 in this entry.
This class of February-born females, just go ahead and walk her right around here and stop her. We're going to start off this young lady here in the red, and you know, I think just in terms of structural integrity and body type and kind, for me that's the one that comes to the top of this trio. 3 really nice heifers, just totally different in their types and kinds, but this is one the young lady's got that she's brought to town that's going to be a very productive cow, really capacious in her design, good in her foot shape. She's one that's good and sound and gets out around the ring, and when she gets out in park, she has a nice look to her from the side. I think that's the one that I tie to in this class and go ahead and make your class winner. The one coming out in second, if you need to add muscle to your program in terms of Angus cattle with muscle, that young lady's brought one to town that's definitely big backed, and she's got some muscle shape and dimension down that top and from stifle to stifle. Just not quite as cowy in her overall appearance as what our class winner is, but there's a lot of good to that one. Take her home and feed her, make a show heifer out of her, make a cow out of her. She's definitely going to add some muscle to her progeny. The next one coming out, really cowy individual, one that's got plenty of shape in terms of depth of rib and spring of rib. She's one that's not as strong topped as what the one in front of her is. It just depends where your priorities are and how you want to line these things up, but really a nice set of females coming out here in the February class.
Here's the results of class number 3 on the south side for the Angus. First is lot number 29, Deathless Angus Ranch, born the 17th of February. Second is exhibited by Weathers Farms. That is lot number 28 and born the 15th of February. And third will go to lot 31, Matt Bruner, born the 21st of February.
Well, I tell you, this is a pretty challenging class because without a doubt, you've only got about 10 days difference in terms of when these bulls are born and what have you. So one thing I would like to kind of compliment the breeder on these particular 3 bulls is I think when you start at the ground and truly look at these bulls' feet, to me, they don't look like they've had a lot of work or been trimmed or whatever. And I think all bulls have extremely, extremely good foot quality. But I tell you, the bull that I chose to start with, he kind of came out and read as one that was just kind of hard and a little bit, just a little bit shallower than maybe I liked. And I kind of read him as being a little bit lighter muscled than maybe the other of the trio. But when you really get behind this bull and analyze him for what he is, he's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape out through his hip and quarter, extremely, extremely expressive. But one thing I appreciate about him more than anything is the way that bull's constructed up through that front 1/3. I love him, and you don't want to call him narrow jawed, but I love him in terms of his head and his front end and his front shoulder. To me, that looks, I don't care what his EPDs are, is when you look at that bull, he reads is going to be an easy caver. And that's one thing, my dad always taught me, and whenever we have guys come and look at bulls at our place, they don't generally read the EPDs. They look at more to how they're built, and that's what I love about him. I think just flawless in terms of his structure. Yeah, I'd like to maybe soften him up compared to that one in second, but just so long in terms of his body. He's long-hipped. He's so good up through that front end. I really like a lot of things about that bull and the way he's constructed. Without a doubt, when you compare him to that one in second, he is a little bit more extended and a little bit taller in terms of his frame. And with that being said, he reads a little bit shallower. But once again, with that bull, you get an advantage in terms of that length of front end and smoothness of shoulder. And I think a lot less calving problems down the road. I love this bull in terms of his completeness. I think he's moderate framed. I think he's bold in his rib. I think he's thick enough. But to me, I guess I'd just like to see him a little bit better at the point of his shoulder. Maybe just tuck it in a little bit more. I just read him as being a little bit more splayed out up front. I don't think that's a problem in terms of longevity, but when you compare him to that class winner, he just reads to me as being a little bit bolder in terms of his shoulder, a little bit plainer up through that front end. Just like to extend him and lay him in a little bit better. This is the one bull in third that he was the one that threw the curveball, because I love him in terms of his growth. I love him in terms of his body. And I don't think it's a longevity issue. I just like to see him, I don't know if he's fighting the ground or what, I just like to see him get out and go a little bit with a little bit more authority out of that right hind leg. All 3 good cattle, just the way I liked him today. You got the choice tomorrow to how you buy him. But good set of 3 bulls, just where your priorities are. Yeah.
All right, we'll be pausing just for a moment on the key side so photos can be taken at the backdrop, which again, the backdrop will be up for auction coming up tomorrow. More details on that, with the proceeds to go to the Classic Scholarship Fund. Here's the results of your bulls for the keys. In class number 2, first goes to lot number 4, and these are all exhibited by KQM Cattle, born the 5th of March. Second is lot number 3, born the 25th of February. And third is lot number 2, exhibited at the February 22nd birth date. Again, your champion will be lot 4, and your reserve champion, lot number 3. Shortly, we'll be coming back in the North Ring to be doing the AOB show.
Well, over here on the Angus side, this young man brought one out here that definitely stepped up the quality in this Angus show and sale. I think if you're looking for one in terms of power and just overall mass and dimension, this is the female to grab a hold of. She's one that really gives you a nice look from the side, awesome in her footwork, really good in her bone work. I like the joints that this one has in her. Just a tremendous amount of mass and muscle in this awesome broody female we start off with here in this class. The next 2 heifers coming out, real similar in their type and kind. The one that I put in the second place within this class, I think is a little more elevated there in her front end than what the third place heifer is, but real similar in terms of their overall look and design. Really long in her spine, good and long and level in her hip. When you set that one into motion, she's extremely sound. I like the way she stands off that front end with some chest width, to her, and yet still has some shape all the way down that back. Just a really nice, productive-looking female. The next one coming out, like I said, she's maybe not quite as elevated as what our second place one is, but real similar in her type and kind. You take that one and you can do several things within your program. The next one coming out, I would say if we could see the numbers on this one, she's probably a little bit more of the more carcass-oriented type female, but that's a female that's got some muscle and got some dimension down that top, just a little frailer in her overall bone work.
Entering the ring on the south side is class number 5. Here's your results of class 4. First place is the lot number 24, Vision Angus, February 2nd. Lot number 25 will be second from C1 Cattle, the 12th of February. Lot number 27 in third from C1 Cattle, Valentine's Day calf. And then the fourth, comes out of lot 26, Sandstone Prairie Ranch, also born Valentine's Day of 22. Again, in the ring now is class number 5.
You know, Susan, if you've seen the big overhead door roll up over there, there's a pretty cool looking Ford pickup over there sponsored by Platte Valley Auto. It is our Miss Rodeo, Nebraska, Miss Rebel Saklachocha. We're very honored to have Miss Rebel here, and I know she's busy greeting and shaking hands, but Rebel, when you have a minute, come on up the stage here. Susan and I want to visit with you, and very honored to have her with us today, and what a beautiful wrap truck she's got, too, from Platte Valley Auto.
That truck is absolutely gorgeous. A side note, Rebel was our intern with the Rural Radio Network. She worked out of our Lincoln office, and we spent a lot of time with her on one side of the camera, me on the other, and she's amazing on both sides of the camera. Her journalistic aspect is out of this world. So if you follow her on social media, her posts are just outstanding.
She is, and you know, I can relate on a personal level. Rebel was actually a roommate with my youngest daughter in college, and so what a young female and a great spokesman for agriculture and representing the Nebraska rodeo.
Nice pair of January females here in the Angus Heifer Show. We start off with one, I think, just in terms of quality, really, really nice female. That's a heifer that looks like a lady, good and extended through her front 1/3, lays in nice in that shoulder with a tremendous amount of sweep to that rib cage and still got some muscle down her top. That's a heifer that's got a lot of value to her. I think it's going to be a very interesting one to watch mature on down the road and become a nice, productive cow. The next one coming out, the young lady's got one nicely presented heifer. She's one that's maybe just a little more upright in her shoulder than what the one is that wins this class. Got a lot of good things to her. I think that one's going to go on down the road and be a very competitive female and make a nice cow for whoever buys her. Thank you.
Congratulations out of class 5. Lot 22, Vision Angus, born January 15th. Lot 23 is in second from Prime Genetics, the 15th of January. There'll be a single entry coming in for class number 6. Hey, Angus folks, you're not going to want to miss. Mark your calendars, September 15th and 16th. The Nebraska Angus Tour is coming to the Kearney area. There'll be great displays from a variety of different folks, including Bartles Angus, Gardles Angus, Key Ranch, TC Ranch, Schulte Angus, Sandstone Prairie Ranch, and many more. Check out the website or their Facebook page for more details. Again, that's September 15th and 16th, the Nebraska Angus Tour in Kearney.
Just a single entry here in this December-born class, but one that's come to town in her working clothes, and you can tell it's her first trip to town. But I think in terms of longevity and production-type-oriented female, this one's a really nice one. Take her home. She's real close to being ready to be able to be bred up and put her into production within your own herd.
Class 6, Lot 21, Triple R Angus, born the 23rd of December of 21. Class 7 will also have a single entry.
It's a June-born female, really long-bodied individual with a big foot under and good bone shape and dimension. The one that's good in her joint structure, I think that one, in terms of longevity, looks like she's going to make a nice cow on down the road. You love the length of body and the extra shape and dimension that that one has.
Here's results of class number 7, lot number 20, Triple R Angus. Born the 18th of June. Our final class of Angus heifers is coming in. There'll be 2 in this class. And just a reminder, our overall champion heifers will be receiving a free embryo. The champions coming from Vitelli. This is for both the open and the junior show with a $195 value. Make sure you swing by their booth to find out more of what they can do for your operation.
You know, Susan, the smells in the building, besides cattle, you can surely smell Cactus Jacks over here on the north side of the ring. Also want to point out, in the Ag Pavilion, if you're looking for a fun coffee or some hot chocolate, Carrie's in there with cup and cork. There's some tables in there. I know the Nebraska Angus Association, Nebraska Simmental Association, Nebraska Hereford Association all have a table in there too. So lots of things to enjoy today.
Got to keep yourself fueled in more ways than one.
Two nice February bred Angus females here, different in their types and kinds. So, depends on what you want within your personal herd as to which one of these that you gravitate towards. But in terms of production, I think this big, stout, powerful heifer here getting ready to calve and give you a coupon is the one I'm going to gravitate towards, the young man's big, stout one there. I mean, that's one that in terms of overall look and build and type and kind, there's a lot of good things there. Awesome footed, good in her bone work. I love her joint structure. That's one that just reads to me to be an efficient, bigger kind of cow, but going to go out and raise you a big, stout calf, whether that be a bull calf or a heifer calf or whatever you prefer. But that's one that I think's got a lot of good to her. Take her home and make money with that one. Young lady's got one a little more moderate in her type and kind, going to be very efficient kind of female once you take her home and turn her out. Making a nice bag. I like the uniformity of that and the teat size that one has under. I think going to be a nice productive female for years to come.
And congratulations, class number 8 on the South Ring. First we'll go to lot number 19, Noble Farm, February 7th to 21. Second will be lot number 18 from Deflips Angus Ranch. That is February 3rd. Bringing them all back in, our selection of our champion Angus female. And we're back underway on the north side as well. This is our AOB show, single entry in class 1.
Really nice April 5th here is Charolais composite. And one, I think all you got the basic homework's done. She's broke, and I think pretty well you're at the point where all you got to do is bring this one home and feed it. Just so good in terms of her lines, awesome up through that front end, good in terms of her bone work. Yeah, I mean, once again, like I said, just bring her home and feed her. She just needs to be softened up a little bit, but once again, we've got an April heifer here that when they're built and constructed and balanced up that well, all she needs is time. That's one I think down the road this summer, be extremely, extremely competitive, really good at the ground. Nice heifer here for a single entry in your AOB division.
And congratulations on the north side in our AOB show, class number 1, lot 4, exhibited by RA Cattle Company. Born April 5th of 22, will be also our champion female. Moving on to the bulls, there will be 2 entries in the bull class for the AOBs.
Well, as Danny is evaluating his grand drive on our Angus female show, I'm going to ask everybody ringside, let's put our hands together for all these Angus exhibitors, and what a nice lineup of heifers here at the Classic. Again, the Angus Junior National is in Grand Island this summer, and very honored to have up here on the stage with us. I know she's busy going live here. We've got Margot with the Nebraska Angus Association doing a nice job. Want to point out the Nebraska Angus Tour is actually coming to the Kearney area this fall. It'll be right after Husker Harvest Days, September 15th through the 16th. Going to have some great displays from Bartell's Angus, Gardell's, Key Ranch, the TC Ranch, Schulte Angus, Sandstone Prairie Ranch, and many more. So enjoy working with the Nebraska Angus Association. Margot, thanks for all you do, and look forward to seeing the Angus Junior National in Nebraska this summer. Also want to recognize the heifer raffle that the TC Ranch will be doing to raise some dollars for the Juniors Association.
Hey, Rebel, I think your truck's going off again.
You know, that Platte Valley Auto truck is just so sharp, Rebel, the kids probably can't keep their hands off of it. So I'm guessing that fancy truck over there that's all detailed and wrapped, it's getting lots of attention. And we're just really honored that Rebel took the time to spend the day with us.
She just got back from Florida.
Wow.
She had the opportunity to see some unique things of Florida agriculture, participate in a rodeo while there. So I'm sure she's welcoming back the cold weather.
Yes, and you know, building the next generation, we've been talking about scholarship programs and different things, and so it was just a natural fit for us to invite Rebel to be here, because you listen to her platform and talking about agriculture and rodeo and youth programs, and it's phenomenal. And when she has a minute, we're going to get her up here and we're going to put her on the spot.
Very much so. She's very down to earth and a great role model for young ladies out there who are interested in this industry, whether it's agriculture or the rodeo world. So thanks, Rebel, for being here.
Well, back over here in your Angus sale lineup, really nice set of females that'll be selling tomorrow. But for me, in the spot in the industry that I'm in terms of raising show cattle for the youth and ones that are still make productive, functional cows, I think there's two out here that really fit that bill quite easily. And if you're in the market for those kind of females, you might want to make sure you're in the seats and ready to bid tomorrow when these things sell. But I think there's two that just really excel. I'm going to go out here and pick your champion reserve, but an awesome lineup. Give these breeders a round of applause.
Two outstanding individuals here in the AOB side, and I will tell you, they are as much alike as my brother and I. I'm a little bit larger framed and a little bit huskier, and my brother's just a little bit shorter framed and a little bit different built, but they are, and hey, that's part of it, because I think you've got two obviously opposite ends of the spectrum, and you get almost like a Grand Drive deal in your AOBs, because they're so different in terms of what the breeds are trying to do. And I think both bulls, for one thing, are extremely high quality. I think both bulls have a tremendous amount of muscularity. They're extremely sound. They're functional in terms of their overall build. To me, and I don't mean to compliment the calf in second, the Baldy calf. Yeah, I'll grant you, he's a lot better right behind his shoulder and in his forerib. But the such advantage in terms of length of body in the gold calf is what kind of gravitates me towards him. Without a doubt, I'd like to fix him a little bit in terms of his shoulder. I don't think that one's quite a heifer bull by any means, but I think when you get that bull out in terms of motion, he's so good in terms of his feet and legs, so ultra sound, and then you give that extra length of body. Yeah, I think that one's got maybe more, just more bigger pieces, I guess would be the easiest way to say it. Just a little bit bolder in terms of his overall muscularity. I think when you compare him to one that's supposed to be within 2 weeks of age of him, and both really good bulls, though, I just like that added power and dimension of the gold calf. Back to the moderate frame Baldy calf. I love a lot of things about him. Bold, and I think as moderate framed as he is so good in terms of his build and yet has a lot of muscle shape. Yeah, he's not quite as extended up through that front end as that class winner, but he's also better in his forerib. He's better in terms of his underlying depth. So it's kind of, once again, it's completely what you're trying to select in terms of your cows. I just see a little bit more upside in terms of length of body and growth and performance in the gold calf as I do the baldy. Both awesome, though, in terms of their own right, just completely different in terms of their type and kind.
Congratulations on the Angus show. Your champion Angus female exhibited by Vision Angus out of Class 4, Lot 24. Your reserve champion Angus female also exhibited by Vision Angus, Class 5, Lot 23. We'll be coming back with the boys here shortly on the south side. Your results of your bulls on the AOB show. First, we'll go to lot number 3 from Prospective Livestock, born the 6th of March. Second is to lot 1 from TKS Genetics, born the February 9th. They are going to be pausing on the north side as they get ready to take photos at the backdrop. We'll be back with more with the Simmentals.
Well, Susan, we're very honored again to have our two official judges with us today. You know, Danny Harker came to us clear from Indiana, Chuck Lemonager from Illinois, and I tell you what, these two guys travel all across the nation. They're judging at shows, they're teaming up at another show here in a couple weeks, and we're honored to have them here, and they get it. They're cattlemen, they're consigning cattle themselves, they're selling cattle to juniors, and what an awesome day here at the Classic to have these guys here.
You know, when you get the chance to listen to their reasons and just their talk and discussion makes you want to know more about the breed that they're at. If you don't know, let's say, about the Keys, just listening to him talk about it makes you want to know a little bit more about it, maybe something you might want to incorporate into your operation.
Absolutely, and like I say, we're honored that they can take a minute to spend some time at the backdrop with these breeders, and so thanks for your patience with us here. We'll get them ringside and get them back on our shows, but again, honored to have them be able to take a couple minutes at the backdrop.
You've had a lot of exciting things just happening in the last couple of days. You had a great weekend of youth livestock judging, had a great reception last night to kick it all off for folks coming in, and you've got exhibitors that are bringing some great prizes as well to those in attendance.
It is. You know, we really want to encourage you, make sure you're stopping over here by the picture backdrop, next level. Janice Wolfinger's here with Zinpro. You've got the opportunity to get your name in a drawing for a mineral feeder. I know Merck Animal Health is doing some things, and not alone, right here, Kit Held, right here to your right with that Ganuzzi snowplow. He's going to do a drawing for $1,000 off a snowplow. And unfortunately, we've had a little too much of that white stuff this year.
But it's moisture. Got to keep reminding yourself, it's moisture.
And you know, when you talk about moisture, means we're going to have grass, and that kind of comes back over here on the south side of the ring. We've got Corteva, Brabant, and when you're looking for those pasture products, you know, they have exactly what you need. And so really, these guys are all here because they want to showcase their products that they have that can help you at home.
And as they're looking at what they're going to be buying tomorrow at the sale, maybe for themselves, children, grandchildren, they need to have a good feed program, a good nutrient program, so they literally can go booth to booth and find out what's going to work best for their operation.
Absolutely, and like I said, these guys are all doing some random drawings, so whether you want to start here with Purina, work your way over to Aurora Cooperative, talk to Kevin with Biozyme Sure Champ, and then work your way over here on the north side of the ring. Like I said, we've got great sponsors here too, and truly honored. And even, you know what, look at the equipment that's in the house. We know the vehicles' horns are going off, so we know we got plenty of trucks and SUVs to help you, but you got Landmark over here with the Tractor, and they got their baler. We got Kubota over here with their Tractor loader and baler. You got NMC Cat, and I know Charolais sitting over there, so got a little something for everybody here today.
And show supplies.
Show supplies. Don't forget Weavers and Sherry and Brad with their H&H Show Supply. Sullivan, they've got a great team here. And you know what? On Friday afternoon, we're going to do a little demo in the ring. Looks like I better turn it back over to you, Susan. We've got our Angus Bull show underway.
Thanks so much, Ronette. Back at the south side once again, it is class number 9, lot 17, a single entry. And just a quick note, on the north side, we'll be coming back here with a Simmental Foundation Female Show.
Single entry March bull calf here. If you want to add some muscle and some shape to your calf crop, this is definitely the one to do that. He's one with the big old back in him and really wide from stifle to stifle. Moderate in his frame size, but definitely sensible that way. I think that's one to go home and make an interesting set of calves.
Congratulations, Lennox Ranch. This bull out of Class 9, Lot 17, was born March 1st. Set to bring in class number 10. There'll be 4 entries. And as you can see, we're underway on the north side now, the Simmental Foundation Female Show. This is Class 1.
Interesting class of Angus bulls. When you come out and you evaluate these sale cattle within a class situation like this, I just basically get to see the phenotype side of things, and to start off with one with this kind of look and this kind of power and shape and structural integrity that he has, cleanliness of his sheath, the testicular development that bull has. To me, he's just the one that logically comes to the top within this class. I don't know what his data looks like. I don't know what his pedigree looks like, but in terms of walking through these cattle and grabbing one and gravitating towards it in terms of look and balance and eye appeal, he's the one that comes to the top quite handily for me. You can evaluate these cattle on paper, you can evaluate these cattle on pedigree and figure out what one works best for your operation, but for me, I grab a hold of this one and take him to the top. The next one coming out, I think, to me, appears to be a little bit more of a carcass-oriented type bull. He's a bull, I think you could take that one home and turn him out and really generate some calves to hang a high-quality carcass on down the road. He's one with some muscle in him. He's definitely got some doability to him, not quite as fancy-haired or presented as what the one in front of him, but definitely has his place here in the industry. The next two bulls, to me, read as the real Cavanese type bulls. They're built the way you want them, long and slender, going to go home and make a nice set of calves.
Absolutely an awesome way to start out our Simmental percentage Simmental division, and boy, one in terms of just has a load of future. And you know, the thing is, when she first comes out here, she reads as being just a nickel straight hocked when she's standing, but boy, when she gets out and goes, got plenty of flex and just absolutely stays dead level in terms of motion. Love her in terms of just that eye appeal and look and femininity that she does possess. A lot of quality there in that one. Be anxious to get her back out here for the champion drive.
Really, really high quality bull here in this January bull class in terms of eye appeal and muscle shape and dimension and the amount of rib that this one has in him, and still has that structural integrity to get out and go and cover a lot of acres. I think that's a very high quality bull. Really could stand some competition within this Angus breed.
And congratulations. Let's look at our Simmental percentage female show on the north side, class number 1, exhibited by Foreman Cattle Company, lot number 42, born May 3rd. We got class 2 now in the ring on the north side. Your results from class 10 on the south side. First, we'll go to J.J. Bueller, born the 13th of February. Second, it will be lot 13, Sandstone Prairie Ranch, born February 12th. Third is Lot 16, Deathless Angus Ranch, born February 22nd. And fourth, Lot 12, Holman Angus Farm, the 5th of February. By the way, J.J. Bueller's lot is lot number 14. And in Class 11, first we'll go to Lot 11, Vision Angus, born January 8th. In the ring now will be Class number 12. There are 2 in that class.
As you evaluate these two bulls as they get around the ring, I think there's one just in terms of foot size and bone work and the way he carries himself around the ring that comes to the top for me, and that's going to be the Lot 8 bull. Just a big, stout, powerfully built one. You like the way he handles his top out here on the move, and you read him with plenty of muscle shape and dimension to him. Just an age advantage bull you can take home and turn out with a lot of cows and get a nice calf crop out of. The next one coming out, a little greener in his condition than what the one is that wins the class, but another one of those that's built for the long haul. I think that age advantage bull go home and cover a lot of cows.
And congratulations, out of Class 12, first will be exhibited Lot 8 from Sandstone Prairie Ranch, born the 29th of September. Lot number 10 in Class 12 is second, also exhibited by Sandstones, and that is born on the 18th of November. Coming to the ring here shortly will be Class 13 on the Angus side. There'll be 3 in that ring.
Little bit of an outlier here to start with, and I just when you get right behind these cattle is to me what kind of sorts them apart, and I think this one's just got such an advantage in terms of just how much sheer power and dimension she's got in terms of muscularity, and still does it in my mind and quite easily the most feminine up through that front 1/3. To me, I guess where I appreciate this one as much as any is I think when you read her for as much shape and power as she's got, she's also probably the greenest in her overall condition. And for me, that says a lot for ones that are built like that and still got some room to grow and through in terms of through her chest and what have you. But just extremely, extremely high quality one there to start with. And I think we've got 2 absolutely outstanding cow prospects. I think both these heifers in 2 and 3 are awesome in terms of their build. They get around the ring free and easy. And to me, I think the added advantage in terms of just look and freshness of the heifer in second is what allows her to slide in there. I think just a little bit trimmer up through that brisket, and where the heifer in third, she gets a little bit plainer up through her front end, maybe doesn't quite balance up as well in terms of on the go in terms of her contemporaries, but more than sound enough. Really good set of 3 heifers here, just some different types and kinds in terms of freshness and front end quality.
And congratulations in the Simmental Percentage Female Show Class number 2. First exhibited by Michael Schultz. That is lot number 40, March 17th of 22. Second will go to Wire Simmentals, lot 41, March 30th. And the third is to Prime Genetics, lot 39, born March 9th. Entering the ring now will be class number 3.
Another trio of bulls that you as buyers can set your precedence on how you want your bulls and your cow herd to be built. But when you get these things out here and line them up, and as I view them, I think we start off with one that's probably the greenest in his condition, but yet still has some true shape and some dimension down that top and in his hip from stifle to stifle. He's a little more moderate than what the other two bulls are, but one that I think really has a nice look to him. When you set him into motion, he's sound, he's good-footed. That's a bull that's got a nice testicular design under him. I think go out and cover some cows. For me, that's how I like them to line them up. We start off with that one. The next bull really elevated. If you got a set of moderate cows and you want to put some pounds of performance into the calf crop, that's the bull I read to do that. That's one that, I don't have the paper, I don't have the genetics on those, but that's one in terms of size and length of body and extension to that front end and height to that shoulder. That's a bull that's going to add a lot of pounds to your calf crop. Same thing goes with the one here in the third place. Young lady's got one that's definitely going to add some pounds to her. Doesn't quite handle his top as good as what that one in front of him does, but another really powerfully constructed bull that can handle a lot of cows.
Well, over here on the percentage Simmental side, we've sure got a rock star here in my mind to start with. And, it was kind of funny. It brought me back to 20 years ago when I was showing my age a little bit, but to me, she was kind of the definition when I was a young man and starting to raise Simmentals. That's exactly what we wanted them half-bloods to look like. Moderate in terms of their frame, extremely sound off of both ends, bold in terms of their rib, but yet you get behind her and she's got enough muscle shape and definition to be extremely, extremely competitive, I think, in this particular drive. To me, I think when in relation to the cattle that we've seen in this breed, she's a nickel moderate. And I think if you're going to show this one, she's going to be a little bit of a handful to manage. But I'm telling you what, if you wanted to have, in terms of mass-produced cattle, in terms of making great females, I think this one offers a lot to the table. When this heifer relaxes and gets around the ring, she's extremely good off of both ends, incredible in terms of her feet and legs. I admire that a lot about her. Sure, like I said, she could be a nickel bigger in terms of her makeup for me, but boy, when you start at the ground up and you're going to tell me you wouldn't want 100 replacements just like her, I'd not question your integrity of a cattleman, but I just think, man, if you could have 100 of them running around, that would be awful fun to go and do chores. The young lady coming in next is one that, once again, even a little bit more in terms of on the moderate standpoint, but once again, guys, if you want to start at the ground and just talk about basic functional cattle, this one's got some quality to her as well. She's long-fronted. She's extremely sound as well off of both ends. She's good, probably, if you wanted to grant over that class winner, maybe laid in ever so slightly better in terms of her tailhead. But I'd maybe just like to give her a little higher weight per day of age to rival that class winner. But a good pair of cattle, really, really an elite one here to start with.
On the north side, here's your results of class number 3. First, we'll go to Peterson Brothers Cattle, Lot 36, February 20th. Second to RA Cattle Company, Lot 35, February 4th. Moving on now will be our class number 4 on the Simmental Percentage Female Show. This will be a single entry. After that, the selection of your champion percentage female. On the south side, your results of Class 13 for the Angus. First, we'll go to lot number 5, September Farms, March 1st of 21. Second to lot number 7, Sandstone Prairie Ranch, born March 21st. And third is to lot number 6, Deathlif's Angus Ranch, that is March 16th. Class 14 of our bulls is in the ring.
really cool bred heifer here in an April that's certainly got a lot of quality to her as well. Balance is up so good from the side, but yet when you get to ask her to go is extremely sound. You know, just a tremendous amount of quality here once again. So cool, and I love her head and neck and front end. And, you know, it's kind of hard to keep these bigger heifers fresh. And, I mean, that's one that certainly obviously prepared to come to the show, but not to the point of where I think it's going to deter her in terms of a cow. Just a really, really safe bet here. Be an outstanding cow for anybody that chooses her in the end.
Back over here with these Angus 2-year-old bulls, I think in terms of length of body and stoutness of structure and good foot underneath this one we start off with, it's a really powerful individual. I think if you want to add some pounds to your calf crop and still give them a look and a design to them that people gravitate towards when they're buying them, that's the bull to start off with. Just a really nice, productive bull here at the top of this class. The next one coming out, one that's definitely youthful in his appearance, and you like the length of the body that one has, the straightness to his top, good in his foot design, gets out and goes around the ring, and he's definitely excited about being to town here. Next one coming out, this Lot 4 bull, another long-bodied bull. Take that thing home and produce a set of high-quality carcass cattle. That's the one I read that does that. Next one coming out, the young lady's got one that's definitely got a lot of power and performance in him. Just need to take that one home, turn him out on some grass and a little round bale for a little bit and freshen him back up, but a really productive kind of bull.
And here are your results out of Class 14 of our Angus. First, we'll go to Lot 1, Schulte Angus Ranch, January 6th of 21. Second is to Lot 3, which is Peyton Hermanbrecht, that is February 1st of 21. Third to Lot number 4, Sandstone Prairie Ranch, February 2nd. And fourth goes to Schulte Angus Ranch, that is Lot number 2, January 6th. We'll be bringing them back in to make the selection of your champion Angus bull.
Well, I hope all of our FFA students have enjoyed their morning. If you guys want to head over to the extension building, the guys will serve you lunch. So FFA youth, head on over to the extension building. Want to take a moment here on the south side of the ring, and if we could have our two royalties step into the ring. We've got Casey Detlefs here from Ravenna as your Nebraska Angus Association queen. And Brianna Brown is the princess for the Nebraska Angus Association. Let's put our hands together and recognize these young ladies. It's my understanding they've already been busy heading to bull sales and very honored that they take time today to be at the Classic.
Once again, I think these four heifers are good enough. I'm going to go ahead and choose to talk each one and hopefully kind of not discourage anybody from buying the two that I don't choose that are out here, because I think all four of the heifers have got quality, and it's just more of what you want to do in your program. But I tell you, the May heifer is very, very striking, or the young heifer down on the end is very, very striking. And what I love about her is that one to me looks like one is you get her bred and a young, hopefully a junior buys that one and takes her on in show. That one's best time is I think like that junior national Louisville time. I love that one in just terms of her basic build and overall just sheer balance. I just love her in terms of, you know, she reads flat in terms of just being smooth and complete, but yet when you get behind her, she's actually got something to her as well. So good and clean in terms of her joints, awesome in terms of her feet. You know, she gets obviously a nickel outpowered out here because she's quite a bit the youngest, but I think that one just in terms of a sheer balance standpoint is very, very high ceiling on that particular heifer. The powerhouse and the high-performing ones, the 1 and 2. And, you know, if that's where you choose to go, you know, that's one I think mated correctly is one out in this particular drive that can raise bulls. I think all these heifers obviously can raise bulls, but I think this one in terms of just an added value in terms of growth and performance is one that really, really brings a lot to the table. You know, does she balance up maybe as good as the heifers on either side of her? Probably not. But that's getting pretty nitpicky on one. I love her in terms of her extension, her growth, her power, her muscle and bone. Just maybe, you know, and my dad would kick me right in the hiney if I said this in front of him. She almost reads a nickel too long. And what I mean by that is, as you can see, is these cattle on either side of her, they're a little shorter coupled. And with the way these trends are today, she doesn't read with as much total body depth. I think she's as deep, but she, with being that long and extended, she doesn't read that deep. And that to me is a little bit hard to read out here, but just an awesome heifer in terms of cow potential and just growth and performance, brings a lot to the table and still in a very, very eye-appealing package. Then you come down to the Baldy heifer, and I might have spilled the beans a little bit on how much I like that one in terms of class. That one just, in terms of, to me, she just screams functionability. And what I mean by that is one that will go out and last for 15 years as a cow and yet still be competitive in the show ring. She's so alert and yet, you know, relaxes in terms of motion. She stays level in terms of on the go. She maybe walks outside of herself ever so slightly, but once again, we get so used to looking at cattle that are null and void of muscle that when one's actually walk wide, you almost think it's something wrong. But I think that one's way functional in terms of her overall build and makeup. That one is just so breathtaking on the stand. Yet to me, I think the future for that one is very, very bright. It's just, and like I said, she's a nickel moderate in terms of her type and kind, but yet I think managed right, that one, you keep the protein up on that one and keep her growing, she'll be a handful this summer. Then you've got a bred heifer that, once again, absolutely no holes in that one either. Incredible in terms of her structure. She's deep, she's sound, she's functional in terms of her build. Without a doubt, though, I guess for me, picking them, I'd maybe like to see her just a nickel farther along in terms of calf. But I'm telling you, if you're willing to make her, and that one reads as a donor as well. Just, it's hard to make them that good in terms of at the ground and yet still eye-appealing and good-necked. Guys, I haven't done this and a little bit guilty of it, but I think we owe these guys a round of applause for bringing a tremendous set of Simmental percentage cattle to you. I'll go pick the two that I like.
Well, over here on the Angus side, I think we have a nice lineup of bulls out here, but there's a couple bulls out here that in particular just really get me excited about the Angus breed and the qualities that they possess and that they bring to the table for a breeding program, whether it's the purebred side of things or the crossbred side of things. I think there's bulls that we've seen today that will work for everybody. You just got to set your priorities where you like them and latch on to them and do that in terms of ones you take home. But if I was going to take one bull home out here, to me, there's one that just excels in terms of look and muscle and structural integrity. That's going to be the young man back here in your vest. That's going to be your champion. I'm going to follow up with this young lady for reserve. I think these are two outstanding bulls.
Congratulations. As we look at our Simmental percentage female show, your champion exhibited by Peterson Brothers Cattle, Lot 36. Your reserve champion is Mike Thern of Lot 34. They're going to take a pause, I think, to take some photos here. But it looks like we're going to keep going on the north side with our Simmental Purebred female show that's in the ring is Class 5. Over on the Angus show, your champion Angus bull, exhibited by Vision Angus, Lot 11. Your reserve champion Angus bull is J.J. Bueller, Lot 14. We'll be taking a break to take photos on the south side for our Angus. We'll be back shortly with the Red Angus show.
Extremely high performing, very angular heifer here to start off the Simmental Purebred Simmental show. And obviously, in terms of just feet and leg quality, I think that's one that you certainly have to appreciate. You know, extremely deep in terms of her body and really gives you a look of an easy keeping one. Really nice in terms of balance from end to end. Love how good and square she is out her hip. Nice heifer here to go ahead and start your Simmental show.
Congratulations out of Class 5. First goes to Lot 33, Crazy Women Creek, born April 10th of 22. Class 6 will have 3.
really nice trio of heifers, and kind of a little bit untypical. I went ahead and chose to start with probably the greenest condition one of all three, but to me, I think when you ask that one to get out and go, she kind of excels the class in just terms of her structural integrity. And what I mean by that is when you read that one from hock to ground, she stands the squarest and the truest, in my opinion, of any of the three out here. To me, yeah, she's a little bit leaner in terms of her overall makeup, but that's also one you can bring home and just feed and get her to roll. That one in terms of at the ground, I think excels the class. Is she the powerfully constructed, heavy-muscled one of the group? No, that one goes to 2, but I love this one just in terms of her overall balance of structure and look when you get off the side, how she balances up in terms of how that hind leg's constructed and what have you. The young man's heifer coming out next in 2 is one that very similar in terms of obviously type and kind and size, but you can see she gets a little bit more rigid in terms of the backside of her hock. But I don't think that's like a long-term deterrent by any means, but I just think to go ahead and beat that class winner, she just needs to be a little bit squarer and truer from hock to ground. That's one I think maybe just when you get her home and just get her out and get her going, that's one that you take maybe a nickel's worth of heel down when you trim her feet. That'll stretch that out and correct that. But that one's got a load of muscle and a load of look when you get off the side of her. The young lady coming out next in 3rd is one that just extremely long-bodied. And I talked about it a little bit out of that young man with the heifer in the second hole in the champion percentage drive. She's so long, she reads maybe just a nickel shallower than the other two, but you can see she's just, that's good cattle in terms of structure and build. She just needs to be powered up, I think, in my opinion, to go ahead and rival those two right above her. All 3 good cattle, going to be great cows, just like the added structure and mobility of that class winner compared to the other 2.
And congratulations out of Class 6 in our Simmental Purebred female show. First, we'll go to Beach Family Cattle, lot number 32, March 22nd. Second, also to Beach Family Cattle, lot 31, March 10th. Third to RA Cattle Company, lot number 30, March 9th. There'll be a single entry coming in for class number 7.
Beautiful outlined heifer here in terms of just length and growth and yeah, maybe you'd like to see her just a little pounds heavier today, but I think once again just needs a nickel more time on feed, but impeccable in terms of her feet and legs and structure. Just like to maybe when you get right behind her, she just maybe wants to tend to narrow up ever so slightly, but one I think in terms of a replacement program or making her just a really good cow, that heifer will certainly do the job for anybody that brings her home. Good cattle, just needs a little more time.
And congratulations out of Class 7, Lot 29, born February 28th, consigned by RA Cattle Company. In the ring now will be class number 8, single entry in class 8.
Well, when she does get going, this heifer's got a lot of quality to her. And once again, not to sound like a broken record, but feet and legs and just basic construction of this heifer are awful, awful good. I think, I love her where she's at in terms of her condition and maturity, yet she's still feminine up through that front end. And you get behind her, heifer's got a load of muscle and product to her, but still does it in a feminine package. Be anxious to get her out here, and hopefully she drives a little bit better in the champion lineup, but this heifer's awful, awful good. Just like to see her walk, obviously, a little better today. Yeah.
Everybody has their shine moments. Congratulations in Class 8. Lot number 28, born January 3rd, Breaker Livestock, bringing them back in to make the selection of your Simmental Purebred female. All right, we're ready to get underway again on the north side, on the south side. This is going to be the Red Angus Show, class number 1 with 2 entries.
Well, an outstanding set of cattle here again on the purebred heifer side, and I'll be honest with you, it comes down to the 2 on both ends. And the white socked heifer here, I mean, certainly a little bit of a different look, I think, than the rest of the heifers out here. A little more chiseled up through that front end, and yet reads with a shot more stifle when you get right behind her. But with that comes a nickel more shoulder, and I'll take that to get the power. But to me, I worry a little bit about where she's at in terms of her maturity. She's a little bit shorter in her knee to ground than maybe some of the other heifers out here in terms of how big she's going to get as a big one. But I love that one in terms of just easiness of flesh and just good type of cattle. I love a lot of things about the heifer here on the other end too. She's obviously not exactly wanting to show herself off today, but I think one that in terms of basic angles and build and right type of cow size and yet still does it, and not, I guess to say, when you're picking Simmental cattle, I will allow a little bit more front end and maybe just, to me, that one just reads is going to be a really good big one when she gets her figured out upstairs. But I think the other 2 heifers, the young man in second, that one has got a load of future. I think that one's just extremely, extremely skinny today. That one in terms of basic build is good enough. I just maybe, when you compare her to the 2 on, or the couple on each side of her, just maybe like to umph her up a little bit when you get right behind her, but that's awful good cattle, much like the young lady in the third hole. Really pretty skinny in terms of her makeup, but yet in terms of her basic build, extremely, extremely good. Just both heifers need a little bit more time in 2 and 3, but I think that the good ones here to really go out and compete this weekend are the 2 on each end. I'm going to go take another look, but let's give these guys a nice round of applause for bringing you a really good set of purebred semis.
Out here for your Red Angus female. We just have 2 entries in the sale, but both really high quality females. It depends on where you line your priorities as to how you want to line these up. I think when you sit back and you analyze both of them, they're really good in terms of their structure and their design. Just depends on what your ultimate goal is, whether you're wanting to go on and produce bulls on down the road and really high capacity, big functional females, or if you want to make those little higher quality type show heifer prospects. There's one of each out here. And like I say, it comes down to personal preferences. For me, the way I like cattle and the way I line them up out here, I'm going to use the fresher one, the Mayborn back here. I think when that one gets all her parts and pieces put together next summer is going to be really exciting for a young showman to take that one back into the ring. She'll be your champion. I'll follow up with the high quality brood cow for reserve.
Here's your results of your Simmental Purebred Female Show. Your champion exhibited by Lot 28, Breaker Livestock, and reserve champion is Lot 33, Crazy Women Creek. And just remember, Vitelli is going to be giving 1 free embryo to each of the champions, heifers, in the Open and Junior Show. So thank you to them. That's a value of $195. Make sure you stop by to see them here at the show. Find out more information about Break Free from the hormones and what Vitelli could do for your operation. On the south side of the ring with the Red Angus Show, Class 1, your first place and champion Red Angus is at lot number 7, TLC Livestock Services, born May 22nd, and reserve is lot 6, Bullis Creek Ranch. The 29th of March. We'll bring in the bulls here momentarily for a Red Angus.
Nice pair of young red Angus bulls here. I think when you get back and you analyze these, though, and there's one bull that's just bigger down his top. He's bigger hipped. He's really good in his foot design. He gets out and goes around the ring, and I think he just puts everything together in the most complete, functional, best-looking package for me out there, and that's going to be the bull that came in second here. I mean, that's a big, stout, powerful bull. That's an awful good one to me. I think that one's really good, and within this pair of bulls, I put him at the top, but not taking anything away from this young man's bull here at the front. He's a little greener in his condition today, but you talk about one that really gives you a good look from the side. He's good down that back. You get your hands on him. He's got a big Y in him. Really functional, really good looking kind of calf. He's just not quite as far along in his condition and his body type as what that one behind him is. But if you want to take one home and produce a really fancy set of heifers, I think that young man's brought one out here to do it. Congratulations to both these guys.
And congratulations in class number 2 in the Red Angus show for the bulls. First is lot number 4, Muddy Water Ranch, April 2nd of 22. Second is lot number 5, TLC Livestock Services, and that is April 23rd of 22. Class 3 will have a single entry.
Just a single entry here this young lady's brought out. Moderate frame kind of bull, really good in his foot shape and his toe design. That's one that gets out and he's sound and gets around the ring. That's a bull I read as being a nice Cavanese bull, not knowing what his pedigree or his EPDs are, but that's a bull that I think's got the right shape and the right look to go out and breed a set of heifers. Young lady's got a really nice one she brought to town, and he's ready to show.
Congratulations in class 3, lot number 2 from Shriner Farms Red Angus, born January 1 of 22. Our final class is class number 4, single entry.
Single entry 2-year-old bull here, really stout, functional built one. Good in his testicular design. Gets out and reaches off of both ends good when he gets out and goes around the ring here. Just a really long-bodied, pounds heavy type animal. You want to go home and raise a really nice set of heifers out of one, or make a high-quality set of feeder cattle. I think that one will do it off of both ends. Just a really competitive bull here.
And congratulations, Class 4, Lot Number 1, Schaefer Cattle Company, born April 15th of 21. We'll bring those boys back in to make the selection of your champion, Red Angus Bull.
Nice lineup of Red Angus bulls. I think there's one bull in particular, though, in terms of breed, just really stands out here. Really long-bodied, stout, massive individual, good-footed, sound in his structure. It's just hard for me not to take a good look at this bull when he's out here on the move. He's so athletic and so flexible, and that's the way I like to look at cattle when they get out and go around the ring. This 2-year-old bull will be your champion. I'll follow up with this calf here for reserve.
Congratulations, your champion Red Angus bull comes out of lot number 4. That is Muddy Water Ranch, lot 1 is Schaefer Cattle Company. Lot 4 is your reserve, Muddy Waters. We're now on to the bulls on the Simmental side for the north side of the ranch. In the North Ring, we are underway with the Simmental Percentage Bull Show. We'll be coming back then after that with the Simmental Purebred Show. Taking a slight break on the south side for some photo opportunities on the backdrop, but we'll be back with the Gelve Balancer. Speaking of the backdrop, you have the focus opportunity that backdrop could be yours. It's a 30 by 15 banner that'll be auctioned off following the Supreme Row tomorrow evening. All the proceeds, this is the best part, will go to the Classic Scholarship Fund.
Well, obviously a little bit of a challenging class here because I took a second, and obviously we've got some different types and kinds in this particular drive, but I will tell you one thing is they've all got a lot of quality, and I'm not just saying that because they're telling me, oh, you got to keep it positive, but there's quality in these bulls all the way down, and it's just kind of how you put your priorities. But to me, I thought that the Diamond Baldy bull here that I started with, just when you combine or put in combination his overall power and mass and volume, and yet still does that in a relatively attractive package. He's sound off of both ends. To me, in terms of foot quality, he probably excels the class in terms of any of his contemporaries out here. I guess to me, what I like about him is as bold and as wide pinned as that calf is, and as much power as he's got, he's still real good about that point of his shoulder. And not saying that that's a heifer or a bull to use on heifers, but just in terms of just mass and power, and yet still doing that is awful hard to do. And I'm going to grant you all day, every day of the week, and twice on Sunday that this bull's plenty moderate for me. But guys, I think there's and yeah, I'm getting caught up a little bit in the hair and the fit job, but there's a lot of quality here. This bull's young and juvenile in terms of his makeup, but I mean at the ground in terms of foot quality and soundness and structure and build, that is a bull that you could take home and breed to any heifer you got, not only on paper, but just the way you look at him. He's super good in terms of his lines. I love in terms of his balance. He gives you an extremely, extremely soft look. Yeah, you maybe want to elevate him in terms of his kind, but I think his overall quality is what gets him into the second hole. If he was a notch bigger and a little more powerful, I think he slides into the one hole pretty easy. But to me, I think, yeah, I granted, he is the small, moderate one of the group. I think with his genetic values as well as his look, guy could certainly use him all across the board. I love the power and the growth and the performance in this calf coming in third. But I'll tell you, I don't think it's a longevity problem, but I think these bulls are good enough, it sorts itself out. I'd like to see him a notch better in terms of his foot quality. Like I said, I don't think this is a bull you're going to use for a year and kick out because his feet weren't good enough. I'm just saying the bulls in this class are that good that there's that much, that's the little nitty bit, the nitpicky things that you've got to kind of sort out. I love that bull from when you get from his knee and his hock up, that bull's got a lot of quality. He's big and he's stout and he's powerful. You got a bunch of half-blood or commercial cows, that bull will do you a lot of good, much like the Baldy coming next. He's a nickel longer in terms of his makeup and a little bit harder in terms of his basic build. But once again, I'd maybe like to he wants to roll ever so slightly in terms of that right hind leg, and I'd just like to square him up there ever so slightly. Once again, if you need to add pounds and performance and growth, that bull will do an awful, awful lot for you. And I'm telling you, this calf, the part that was so struggling in this class is he pairs up with the calf in second. But to me, he didn't quite read as good in terms of his forerib. A feed, you take him and just grow him until this fall and turn him out with a pile of cows, and that bull will do you a lot of good because he gets around the ring with a lot of free and easement. Like I said, I'd just like to maybe power him up a little bit. And I also think he's probably the greenest bull of the drive. So good set of calves all the way through, just some different types and kinds.
Congratulations out of Class 9. Here are your results. First goes to Heartland Cattle Company, Lot 24, from March 18th. Second is McConnell Hogan, Lot 26, March 30th. Third exhibited by Heartland Cattle Company, Lot 22, March 5th. Our fourth place is to O'Brien Simmental's Lot 21, March 3rd. And fifth will be to Illenworth Farms Muddy Water, Lot 23, March 14th.
Well, certainly a February bull here that can go out and get a number of cows bred. And, you know, I got a little critical in the last class, and this one is one, too, that so good at the ground in terms of his feet quality and structure. And to me, I don't think he's really hitting his stride maybe like he wants to. You can tell the bull's angles are right. I think he's just fighting it out here a little bit today. I think you get him home, and his longevity in terms of his structure is awful good. A deep-sided bull that looks really easy flushing. Just a nice bull to turn out with some heifers, and will certainly get you some pounds back on the scales.
Here's your results of Class 10. O'Brien Simmental's Lot number 20, February 27th. And we're now underway on the south side with the Gelve Balancer Show. This is Class number 1, single entry.
Just single entry May heifer here this young lady's brought out. If you want one that's going to add pounds and performance to your cow herd, this female's got that. Really good top shape and width and dimension from one end to the other, and you like the amount of stifle that one has in terms of muscle from stifle to stifle. But sound and functional, good-footed female, just a really nice complete May heifer here. Congratulations.
Here's your results of Class 1 on the Gelve for the south side. Lot 15, M&P Gelve, and born the 18th of May. Class number 2 is set to come in the ring. There will be 4 in this class.
Well, on our south side of the ring, as we're starting our Gelve Balancer Show, you know, Susan, we got a lot of opportunities in the ring with this breed. The Nebraska Gelve Association, they have put together a pot of, it's about $9,000
We were talking about this yesterday.
for boys or girls that can buy a heifer, can show her at the Gelve Junior Nationals, and win a division, and that pot of money is there for that.
And last year it was super close.
Super close.
Like
their
reserve.
hearts were pounding, their hands were sweating. I think they thought they had it done, but hasn't happened yet, so that pot keeps growing. And so really want to encourage you dads, grandpas, junior parents, keep in mind as this Gelve Balancer heifer show's underway, look at all the opportunities. take the time, go in the back of the barn, visit with these breeders. The junior Gelve board actually is all set up back there in the stalls, and they are doing a silent auction. So when we get done with the Gelve Balancer show, make sure you go back in the barn, visit with the breeders, see the silent auction they've got happening. They're really trying to build their association and lots of opportunities.
Ronette, the Junior National is not very far from us. It is July 2nd through the 7th in Huron, South Dakota.
Wow. And you know what? That's not a very far drive. Beautiful facilities, great hospitality. And as you recall, when you interviewed Spencer Wallahosky, one of the young men that was a part of our Aspiring Young Cattlemen program, he partnered with J.J. Beeler. And as you remember that conversation, that young man had never had a halter on a Gelve before, never been involved in that breed. And it's a perfect example of what a partnership with a breeder can do. You know, J.J. Beeler took that young man under his wing, introduced him to the opportunities with the Gelve Association, and he's building a Gelve herd now.
Well, over here in your Simmental ring, once again, we've got two bulls that kind of depending on, you got to kind of pick your poison. I think this bull here that I chose to start with is just a lot softer in his overall look. He's a deeper sided bull that gets around the ring. Both bulls get around the ring good enough for me today. But to me, I think he just comes at you with a nickel more muscle. I think he reads with just a shot more power when you get all the way from end to end. He's a softer middle bull that just, I think when you put him out on cows, is going to hold up a little bit better than the calf in second. Now that calf in second, he's a long-bodied rascal that certainly reads with some top shape and expression to his loin. I think when you compare him to that class winner, he's a little frailer in his bone. He's a little harder in terms of his belly. I don't think either one, I think he'll hold up just fine. The other bull, to me, just can run with a handful more cows.
Nice classic Gelve heifers here. We start off with one that I think in terms of just putting everything together and balance and eye appeal, yet still having that breed cow look to her in terms of depth of body and shape of rib, just excels within this group. I think that's a very high quality heifer, whether you're going to make show cattle or you're going to take her home and make a cow. She fits the boat for all of them. Just a very eye appealing female that's got a bright future in front of her. The next heifer coming out, the black heifer, you like a lot of things about her. Really square and level in her design, long spined individual, good footed, sound in her structure, gonna make a really powerful cow on down the road. The red one coming out, it's the greenest one in the class, but when you analyze that heifer, I like the extension that she has, the length of her spine. That's a heifer that's good at the ground with her foot, good in her joint structure. I think there's a lot of longevity there in terms of a cow with stay power. The next one coming out, the really heavy muscled one in the class. She's one that's a little rounder in her type and kind than what I like to ideally see. But when you sit back and you analyze that one, if you want to raise bulls that are going to sire some cattle with some tremendous amount of muscle and shape and dimension, that's the one for you to take home.
Boy, good-looking bull over here. And you know, it's kind of funny. This bull kind of brings you back to when I was in junior college. We went to a farm, and they're like, we use EPDs and as a guide. We don't build our entire program off of them. And that's kind of one thing that this bull reminds me of. You know, you got to enjoy being able to go out and look at your cattle. And this one sure gives you a tremendous look when you view him from the side. And moreover, when you get behind him, you're sure not disappointed. But what I guess it pleases me as much as anything is when he gets into motion. This bull's so agile for as big and as stout and as powerful as he is. He's tremendous in terms of his joints, extremely clean. Just a really, really good bull. Coming 2-year-old is going to be able to cover a handful or quite a few cows. Just really good bull here from end to end.
Here's your results on the north side. We'll go first to class 11. First, we'll go to O'Brien Simmental's Lot 19, January 29th to 22. Second is to Casey Detlef's Lot 18, January 18th. Class 12 is Lot 17, exhibited by Jody Breaker, born the 17th of June of 21. Over to the south side, class number 2. First, we go to Lot number 12, September Farms. That is April 4th. Second is Lot 14, M&P Galvay, April 13th. Lot 11X out of Class 2 is third, April 14th, and to Lot 13, Barwick Galvay, born April 7th.
Your breeders certainly brought the heat in the big bull divisions, and you kind of wish there was more of them, but in turn, you don't need a lot more of them when they look like this. And if you came here to buy bulls, I think you certainly got another 2-year-old, or basically 2-year-old that you can certainly bring home. And once again, when this bull gets out and goes, look at how he reaches just effortlessly out of that hind leg. A bull that, I love him in terms of, oftentimes I know that a lot of these young judging kids get caught up in being real coon-footed or cushy pasterned. And to me, this bull's got set, but he's got the right kind of set. He's not one that's going to fall down on you 3 years down the road. This bull's kind of built for the long haul. Yeah, I'd maybe like to take him black down to the ground off of both ends, but boy, if you got a set of black cows, it isn't going to hurt you a bit. Really, really good at calf here to kind of round out the percentage bull show.
And coming out of Class 13, that percentage bull is exhibited by Cisco Brothers Cattle Company, Lot 16. That is March 30th of 21. Bringing them back in for making the selection of your Simmental percentage bull.
Out here in the Gelby show, I think there's 3 really high quality heifers here. When you step back and you analyze them, I think there's one that comes to the top just in all overall quality. She's a heifer that puts everything together in that really eye-appealing package that I like to see. A nickel nervous out here for this young lady, but this young lady with the red heifer is going to win this class. I think that's an extremely high-quality female. You look at her and the way she balances up. If that one just goes ahead and gets broke and loves her first trip to town here, I think that one's really competitive, going to make a really nice junior project on down the road. That one's got a lot of good parts and pieces to her with her best days in front of her. Second's going to be this one here that came in first in the class, a short-eared heifer, really powerfully constructed heifer. Doesn't balance up quite as nice in that hip design as what our red one does, but one that I think is going to make a really productive cow. Going to have a nice show road in front of her and give you that chance to win that jackpot that they were talking about. The next one coming out, tremendous, powerfully built one. She's one that's just a nickel, rounder in her overall condition, through her hip and out of her shoulder compared to what the first 2 are in front of her, but that's one that's got a lot of cow power to her. If you want to make some productive cattle on down the road, take that one home and breed her up.
As we're wrapping up our percentage bull show, I will tell you, it was good when I came here a few years ago and sorted it, but you guys have not let me down again. And I think, whether you want to go young or old in this particular division, I don't think there's not a lot of places to go wrong here. And I think these bulls are athletic. I think they've got a good look to them, and yet, like I said, I firmly believe that you got to be able to go out and enjoy and walk through them cows and be glad at what you see. A lot of things I love about old Junior down at the other end. I mean, for his age, I think obviously he's far along in terms of where he's at in his maturity and what have you, but that bull's got a lot of quality to him, and I don't want what I'm going to do here, I don't want anybody to take away from these younger bulls because they've got places. And you know, it might not be with your mature cows right now when you get home, but I'm certainly you've got some heifers at home that you can clean up on for a year. Because I think we've got two elder gentlemen down here on the end that, in terms of the bulls, that have got a lot of quality. The young lady's bull there in the second to last hole, he's a little bit more elevated in terms of his type and kind. And without a doubt, I don't think that's a bad thing. I love that bull in terms of just his appearance, his tallness of front, and yet he still does it in a to me, it looks like that bull makes some awesome heifers. I love him in terms of his look, you know, and then you come down to the powerhouse in the end. And yeah, like I said, I would like to make his feet black, but I appreciate them guys for not painting him and kind of misleading him. But I think that one, in terms of when you bring a 2-year-old bull to a show that looks a show and sale and looks like that, they get pretty hard to deny, because I think that one, just in terms of his athleticism, his length of front end, his squareness and design, yeah, that one to me is one that gets awful hard to beat today. He'll be your champion in this particular division. Without a doubt, though, that doesn't take anything away. And I mean, if it was a judging contest, I think it's a 2-point cut, because I think the young lady's bull right in front of him has got a lot to him as well. A notch bigger framed if you need to excel a little bit in terms of your growth and performance, but awesome set of bulls all the way through. The young lady in that second to last class will be your reserve.
Congratulations, you're a champion percentage bull exhibited by Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. That is lot 16. Reserve champion is Jody Breaker, lot 17. Moving along on the north side, we're moving on now to the Simmental Purebred Bull Show, class 14. We'll bring 4 bulls into the ring. Here's results of class 3 on the Galway south side. First, we'll go to lot number 10, September Farms, born the 16th of March. Your second is lot number 9, also exhibited by September Farms, and that is March 7th. And lot 8 is third, Barwick Galway, March 4th.
Another nice classic Gelvie females. 3 different types and kinds out here, but I think there's one that she's just a nickel more moderate than what the other 2 are, but in terms of quality and balance and eye appeal, she comes to the top within this trio, and this young man here in the black vest has brought one to town that definitely has that show ring look to her. Not the biggest framed one that we have out here, but in terms of completeness and structural integrity, I really like that heifer. I think she's got a bright future as a show heifer. Take her home, cruise her along through the summer, and let her grow. I think that one will be really competitive come state fair time. For the second place female, I'm going to go with this big black one down here. I think that's one that's got a lot of power and performance to her. She'd be the oldest heifer in the class. She's ready to go home and breed here in another month, and I think that one is definitely gonna have a lot of good things to her. You know, I think she's probably a higher percentage Gelvie than what our class winner is, but I don't have that information in front of me. But that's a really powerful, good cow prospect in the making. The red heifer we're following up with, real similar to the second place one, just one that I read just a nickel off in her hip and compared to our second place one, but one that's got a lot of good to her, gonna make a really productive cow.
And out of class 4 for our Galway on the south side. First goes to lot 7, Schreinkruger Farms LLC, February 8th. Second is lot 5 to Barwick Galway, January 23rd. And third will go to lot 6, Barwick Galway, and that is February 8th. We'll be bringing the ladies back in for the selection of your champion Gelbvieh Balancer female.
We get back out here for our champion Gelbvieh female, and I think these class winners are all really nice, and respective seconds are definitely high quality too. But for me, I think there's one that, in terms of her bright future within the breed and within the show ring, that excels for the group. I think, anybody that knows me knows that I'm not scared to take one home and feed one and get there where we need to be next summer or next fall. And there's one that I read as being just the excellent show heifer come next later on in the year and into the fall, and it's pretty easy for me to tie into her and make her your champion. And that's going to be this red heifer here. She just needs a little bit of time, a little bit of feed, and a little bit of work, and I think everybody's going to have a fun run with this one. I'm going to follow up with the one right in front of her, the black heifer. I think that's another one that just exudes quality out here within this lineup.
And congratulations, your champion Gelbvieh Balancer female comes out of Lot 9, September Farms. Your reserve champion also is by September Farms, and that's lot number 12. We'll be starting on our bulls here momentarily on the south side, and we're underway once again with our Simmental Purebreds. This is class 14. There should be 4 bulls in the ring.
I've never done this before, but I'm going to talk about the fourth place calf first, because I'm going to tell you, there is a lot. He's a changer, and I'm going to tell you, the right guy that finds him and puts him on the right set of cows, he could add as much value as maybe anything we've seen all day. But I think with these contemporaries out here, I need to put him where I did, but I'm just telling you, if you came here to buy a bull to change your cow herd, that bull can do it. I'd like to see him a little heavier. I'd like to see him a little bigger nutted. But to me, I think that bull is so unique in terms of his look. But that's where he needs to go. But I just wanted to point out that bull's really, really good. I hope somebody else in the crowd sees him, because if I'm at home at the sale and that bull comes in a little bit later in the sale, and I got a neighbor that's got a set of common Angus cows, that bull can do a lot of good. That doesn't take anything away from a really, really good one that starts the class, though. In terms of just checking a lot of boxes, this bull's got a lot to offer. He's high in terms of his performance. He's a notch bigger frame than what I guess, not that I like, but I guess than what we've seen today. But when this bull relaxes and just sets off and gives you that look, that bull's got a lot of quality to him. He's obviously presented very, very well, but bull that's so good in terms of his angles and his joints, and yet he's soft enough in terms of his middle. Generally, cattle that are that long don't give you that soft of a look from the side. That yet he's trim enough up through his front end, gives you an awesome look in terms of his neck set. Really, really good calf here to go ahead and start the class. Then we've got absolutely just two good bulls that come out in 2 and 3, and bulls that are very similar in their type and kind. They maybe don't have the overall punch that class winner does, but this calf in second, to me, has got a lot of good to him as well. Extremely easy keeping in terms of the look that he gives you. He's soft in terms of his side. He gives you a lot of muscle shape and things when you get behind him. Not as much to rival that class winner, but I'd like to maybe to make him overtake that calf in first. I'd maybe like to see him just set a little more correct in terms of his left fine pastern. Not a longevity issue at all, but just, to me, what sorts them 2 and 1 and 2. The young man coming out next, he's got one that just in terms of making good cattle, I think has got a lot to offer. Compared to them contemporaries right above him in 1 and 2, he gets a little bit plainer in terms of his chest. Now, if you're a commercial guy, that doesn't mean a darn thing to you. But as a guy like myself that likes to keep those heifers a little trimmer, I think that one is, he needs to be corrected there. But if you just want pounds and quality, that calf will make great females as well as good feeder cattle as well. And then we come to the freak show here in fourth. And man, like I said, there is so much for a purebred Simmental about this calf that I like. Just that extension up through that front end and that squareness that he's got. I just like to see him, like I said, a little more farther along in terms of his performance. Maybe give him a shot more testicle to go any higher.
And here's your results of Class 14 in the Purebred Bull Show for our Simmentals. First, LZ Farms, Lot 9, that's March 1st. Second to Heartland Cattle Company, Lot 14, March 25th. Third, we'll go to Illenworth Farms, Muddy Water, Lot 11, March 8th. And fourth to Foreman Cattle Company, Lot 13, March 25th. There'll be 2 entries coming for Class 15.
If there's a Gelby bull buyer that wants to add some style and some eye appeal and performance to their calves, this is definitely the one for you. Really good off both ends. That bull's feet stand square under him. He's a good-footed bull, good in his heel depth and toe shape. That's a bull with a lot of muscle down his top. He's got that hair coat that exudes within the show ring, and that's a bull that's really sound and gets out and goes. Very high-quality bull here as a single entry.
And as we get underway with our Galway Balancer show on the south side, Class 5, Lot 4, September Farms will be first, March 5th. We'll be bringing in Class 6 here in just a moment. There are 2 in that class.
Two really, really good bulls here. Just neither one of them want to be here real bad. And I tell you what, this is a class of 2 bulls that you could bring these calves home and turn them out and not worry about much, because I think in terms of their feet and legs, they're extremely sound. I think they're good in terms of their rib shape. To me, I just see a little more added balance and a little more softness, not top, but just the way that calf and the red calf gets around the ring. He kind of relaxes a little bit more in terms of his spine, gives you a little bit sounder, more functional look in terms of on the go. He's a calf, too, that just might have a shot more advantage in terms of rib, but I don't know. The black calf, to me, has got a lot of muscle shape to him. He's really expressive in terms of that muscle pattern. He's good-footed. I just like the added softness of the red calf here between these particular 2 calves.
Your results of Class 15. First, we'll go to Peterson Brothers Cattle on the north side. That is lot number 7, February 18th. Second is to Breaker Livestock, lot 8, February 26th. Class 16 will have 3 bulls in it for our Simmental Purebred Bull Show.
Two nice bulls here within this class. We're going to go ahead and leave them in the order that they come in. This young lady's brought one out that in terms of balance and eye appeal and something in terms of levelness of spine and hip and the amount of shape and dimension that one has from one end to the other. I mean, you could cut that lot tag out of him and tie him up back there, and anybody would be hard-pressed to determine what breed that bull is. I mean, that's just a good animal. Doesn't matter if he's purple or pink. I mean, that thing has got the right parts and pieces. You like the testicular development that one has. Good foot shape. He's a good haired individual, but yet still has plenty of substance underneath that. I love that one in terms of the way he gets out and he goes around the ring. Just a good functional beef bull there. Easy class winner for me. The next bull, a really large frame bull. That's a bull if you want to add some growth and extension to your calf crop and get those feeder calves that'll go ahead and feed on out into that 1,500-pound range. That one's going to get you there. That's a bull I think's got plenty of growth. He doesn't really want to be here in terms of attitude, but that's one you take home and breed a lot of cows with and add some pounds to your calf crop.
The results of Class 6 on the Galway side. First, we'll go to Lot 3, J.J. Bueller. That is January 25th. Second to Lot 2, September Farms, January 6th. A final class, Class 7, will have a single entry. After that, we'll make the selection of your champion Galway Balancer Bull.
really high quality 2-year-old Gelbvieh bull here in terms of look and balance and eye appeal. That's one that's got a lot of good things to him. He's another one of those look-alike bulls. It's you'd be hard pressed to determine what the other half of that bull is when you tie him up back there in that lineup. But I tell you what, that's a good calf. He's one that you could take home, breed some cows to, and get a high quality calf crop with.
Congratulations, Class 7. First, Lot 1 is September Farms, born the 8th of March. We'll be bringing back in those bulls for the selection of your Gelbvieh Balancer champion.
Back out here for your champion Gelbvieh bull. I tell you what, from top to bottom, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better set of bulls here at the Cattlemen's Classic. I mean, from this first class winner to the last class winner, these are three really, really good bulls. No matter what breed or shape or color they are, they're ones that you love in terms of they're just good functional type cattle. There's one for me I think's an excellent individual. You could take this animal home, breed him, and do several different things with him, and I think you're going to be impressed with the calves out of him. And come time for that Supreme Row, I think this one's going to be very, very competitive. Congratulations to this young lady here for your champion.
And congratulations, your champion Gelbvieh Balancer bull comes out of Lot 3. J.J. Bueller, your reserve champion, is September Farms, Lot number 1. We'll be back with the Hereford show at 1 o'clock in the South Ring. So you've got some time, folks, on the south side. Either come to the north side and watch the show or go get something to eat. And speaking of getting something to eat, make sure you stop by the Zimpro booth. They are having a sign up for a mineral feeder. The drawing will be on Thursday at the heifer pen sale. They're located right near Cactus Jack's.
Well, obviously we've got two extremely high-performing bulls here in 1 and 2, and I'm they are plenty on the verge of big for me. But with that being said, I don't think you can take away. There's being cattle that are big and not being good, and these cattle have got quality to them no matter what age they really are. And I think you peel the tags off of them and turn them out no matter what age they are. This is a good calf, and I like him a lot in terms of his feet and legs. I think he gets around the ring for as heavy as he is, when in relation to his age, for just being extremely fluid in terms of his movement. You know, like I said, I think he's plenty far along in his maturity, but yet, with that being said, that bull's got a lot of quality to him as well. The young lady's bull in second, I think it obviously follows him in type and kind, and yet, to me, probably reaches your eye with a notch more muscle expression. But with that being said, you can tell he's been pushed awful hard. He's maybe starting to I'd like to see him set down a little more correctly in terms of his ankle and his feet and legs. Not a longevity problem, because I think when you bring him back to reality in terms of where he needs to be in terms of his condition, you just tone him down a little bit. I think he'll free back up. that's a good calf that's got a tremendous amount of punch to him as well. Take nothing away from this calf here in third. He just caught a class with some really, really, really big whompers in it. This calf's good too. He's long in terms of his spine. I think when in relation to his age, I think probably way heavy enough for me in terms of where we're at home with our cattle. Just obviously doesn't have quite that muscularity to go with them two right above him.
Your results on Class 16. First, we'll go to Hurley Cattle Company. That is Lot 4, January 11th of 22. They also have the second place bull, Lot 5, January 13th of 22. And third is Prime Genetics, Lot 6, January 20th. Entering the ring now will be our final class of purebred bulls. This is Class 17. Class 17 has 3 in their ring.
Boy, good set of 2-year-old bulls here, and one that just balances up so much better than I think these other 2 bulls in 2 and 3 are got a tremendous amount of quality to them as well. But one that just so fluent in terms of his build, and yet gives you such a good look from the side. Is he the most powerfully muscled calf out here? No, but I think he's more than adequate in terms of the amount of shape and turn to his stifle that he does have. But when you balance him up through that front 1/3, and to me looks like a heifer bull up through that one you could take home and breed a big group of heifers and do really well. I love his depth of heel and his foot size and structure. Just a really good calf here to start the class with. I like a lot of things about this calf and probably if you had just a bunch of cows that you need to get covered that don't really care about color or quality, this calf, he can solid up a herd in terms of color pattern and what have you, but just maybe a nickel more moderate frame than the calf that wins the class. But boy, so good, and once again in terms of his structure, I love the hind leg and rear 1/3 this calf's got. Just maybe a little bit plainer about his head and neck than that class winner, that maybe if you could just jazz him up there a little bit would rival him. But I think two really, really elite bulls here to go in 1 and 2. The young ladies bull, once again, if you just need to cover some cows, some solid black cows, and get some baldy calves out there, I think this one can do it for you without a problem. He's extremely long, going to add a tremendous amount of weight to your calf crop. He's long-bodied. He's agile in terms of on the move. Maybe just like to square him up in terms of his hock to go any higher and get him to balance a little bit better in terms of his pastern.
And congratulations out of Class 17. Your first is Heartland Cattle Company, Lot 3, March 27th of 21. Second is Triple D Cattle Company, Lot 1, March 2nd of 21. And third to Casey Deathlifts, that is Lot 2, and then March 12th of 21. Bringing those boys back in the ring will make the selection of your champion, Simmental Purebred Bull.
Well, once again, not saying that back in Illinois we don't struggle to get good bulls, but I'll be honest with you, we don't have a set of bulls like this that come to our bull test stations or anything like that. So my hat's off to you guys in terms of the quality that you've brought out in front of me today. But I think the bulls on both ends offer a tremendous amount, I think, particularly for purebreds. I think they're cattle that have got really good looks to them, but yet they're still functional enough in their design. They've got a tremendous amount of power. They don't have maybe as much power as the calf and third, but to me they've got enough. And I love them in terms of the look that they give you from the side. They balance up well in terms of their underline. I'm going to tell you, and I don't mean to say this and not taking anything away from the younger bulls as well, but as much money as it costs, and you're not getting a buy because it costs a lot of money to feed these things, but when you can bring big bulls like we saw in that last deal and have them look like that and the condition, and the neat part about this calf is too, much like the bull we just used in the I just used in the percentage thing, I don't think that calf's going to go home and melt. I think that one's going to, when you come back out in 60 days, is going to be very, very similar to what you turned out. With that being said, that's going to be your champion bull in this particular drive. Then I'm going to follow with one that's, to me, mirrors him what he's going to look like in another year. And I love the completeness and the look of that calf down on the other end. The young man down there on that end is going to be your reserve. Great set of cattle here, though, from top to bottom.
Congratulations, your champion purebred Simmental bull exhibited by Heartland Cattle, lot number 3, your reserve champion LZ Farms, lot 9. 30-minute break on the north side. We'll be back on the north side at 1:15, back at the south side at 1 o'clock.
Well, we'll kind of get everybody to gather back around here in a few minutes on the south side of the show ring. The south side of the show ring, we will be starting our Hereford show. So everybody wants to gather back around here. In a few minutes, we'll be getting our Hereford show underway. Well, welcome back here to the show ring. Again, very honored to have our official judge in the South Ring is Dan Harker. Dan's coming to you from East Hope, Indiana. So thanks, Dan, for spending the day with us. And we told the guys while they were eating lunch, they have to go out and judge the heifer pins outside. So my guess is they're going to enjoy their afternoon for a bit before they got to go out to the heifer pins. Again, it's our honor to have with us at the Classic KRVN. KRVN has been a sponsor of the Classic since the start in 1991. And with that, it's my honor to turn it over to our official announcer, Miss Susan Littlefield.
Well, thanks so much, Ronette, and welcome back once again as we get underway on the south side. Some beautiful animals. We're starting out with Class 1 in the Hereford Show. There's a single entry.
A really stout-made, horned April heifer here. You analyze this one, she's really good in her lines. You get up on top of her, and that heifer's got a huge ribeye in her. That's a heifer with a lot of muscle shape down her top, but yet still expressive in terms of her depth of rib and the shape that she has through that quarter. I think that's a very nice heifer. Could definitely stand some competition and going to make a nice show heifer on down the road, but better yet, a breed cow in the future.
Class 1, first we'll go to Lot 41, Morgan Ranch, born April 18th. Set to come in now in Class 2, there will be 2 in the ring. Now we will be starting on the Charolais show at 1:15 on the north side, but we'll continue here on the south side with our Hereford shows, both the polled and the horned. Again, Class 2 entering the ring.
Over here on our horned Hereford side, I'll tell you what, there's a nice pair of heifers that come out here, but one that's really, really elite in her type and kind. You love the look that this one gives you from the side view profile, the amount of bone and foot that's under this one, that perfect toe shape. That one is one that's really, really big back, got a good shape in that hip, and carries it down into that stifle. Awesome female when you set her into motion. I wish she'd just kind of relax out here, but that's a really good female we're going to start off with here in this one. Just an outstanding heifer calf. The next one coming out, it's greener in her type and kind, but that's a heifer I read that with some time and some feed, that one's going to be pretty nice. She's one that definitely gives you a nice look from the side. Just needs to be expanded and blowed apart a little bit.
Congratulations in Class 2. Your first goes to Lot 39 from MCM Polled Herefords, born the 6th of March. Your second out of Class 2 is Lot 40, VR Bar Land and Cattle, March 7th. Class 3 coming in the ring now. There'll be 2 in this class.
February horned Hereford heifers here. This one that came in second, we're going to make first in this class. I think that one's really cool in her look. I mean, she's got that brood cow rib shape to her, really good in her hip. I love the spine that one has in her. She's got plenty of flex and give when you get out here and you set her into motion. And she gets out and strides off real well off of both ends. I think that one's best days are in front of her, but she looks really, really good today. But that one's the one with the big, bright future. The next one coming out, so another one of those. She's a little greener than what our class winner is, but really cool in her lines. She's got some neat parts and pieces to her. I think you take that home and keep feeding on her, and you're going to have a nice project on down the road.
Congratulations out of Class 3. First, we'll go to Lot 37, Melina Lindstrom, February 10th. Second to Lot 38, Danny Calderwood, and that is from February 17th. Final class of our horned heifers coming in. This will be Class 4, and there are 2 in this class.
Well, as you're watching our Hereford female show here, want to remind all the juniors of the opportunities. We've been talking about the opportunities with the Classic Premier Heifer Show, be a part of our scholarship program. But you know, the Nebraska Hereford Association, Susan, has some tremendous opportunities for the kids too. You take and buy a heifer here at the Classic, bring her back to the Nebraska Junior Hereford Summer Show here in Kearney in June. They have a special class for heifers purchased at the Classic sales or their own sale they hold here in November. And there's like $1,000, $500, and so lots of reward opportunities here on this heifer show.
All you got to do is be at the sale ring, tomorrow afternoon.
And you know what? They just told me in the front concourse, if you're wanting to get a buyer's number and get that taken care of, they are open this afternoon. So if you kind of know you want to get a buyer's number, want to get that done, they're there. They're going to be there this afternoon for a couple of hours. So get your buyer's number because, you know, tomorrow's going to be kind of busy. We're going to start those sales right away at 11 o'clock tomorrow. We've got a full day of sales, that commercial heifer pin sale, Supreme Row tomorrow night. the barn party with the band, and so you're not going to even have time for lunch tomorrow, Susan.
It's going to be a good day. Make sure you're here.
It's a pair of January-born horned Hereford heifers, big, stout, rugged females. You want to take a couple cows home and make a productive set of mama cows. Both of these are for you. We're going to go ahead and leave them in the order they come in. This one up here in the front, I think just a little longer bodied, a little better in her hip design than what the one behind her is. But two really powerfully constructed heifers, I think, got a bright future in front of them for many years to come as good, productive cows.
And congratulations out of Class 4. First goes to Lot 36, Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company, born January 11th. Second to Lot 35, Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company, born January 9th. We'll be bringing those ladies back in for your selection of your champion horned Hereford female. And it's 1:15. We'll be getting started here momentarily on the north side. We'll be kicking it off with the Charolais show here momentarily.
Back out here for your champion horned Hereford female. I think we got quite a lineup here. Start out with our first class and go to the last one. But I think there's two individuals out here that are extremely high quality. I think they're heifers that will be very competitive on down the road, whether your end goal is next summer or on into fall. I think there's two of these things that you can hang halters on for the rest of the year and be pretty proud to exhibit them anywhere you want. I'm going to go here and pick your champion reserve. Congratulations to these breeders.
And congratulations, your champion horned Hereford female comes out of Lot 39, MCM polled Herefords. And your reserve champion horned Hereford female, Lot 37, is Melina Lindstrom. Starting out with Class 10 now on the bull side. There'll be 3 in this class. And we will be starting here momentarily on the north side with the Charolais. And don't forget about Vitelli, that 1 free embryo goes to each of our heifer champions, both with the Open and the Junior show. Make sure you swing on by and see them at their booth. And also make sure you visit the Zinpro booth. The booth is located by Cactus Jacks. Get signed up to win a mineral feeder. That'll be drawn tomorrow at the heifer pen sale.
Nice youthful heifer here. You can tell it's her first trip to town, but got the right parts and pieces. You know, her best friend's going to be a feed bucket in time. Kid can take this one and feed on her for a while and have a nice heifer to exhibit this summer and go on and make a nice productive cow.
Congratulations. As we move to the heifer side of the polled Herefords, Class 5, Lot 53, exhibited by Doug Lynn, born the 20th of May. Moving on now to Class 6. Class 6 will have 4 heifers in it.
Rudy Pope, please come to the announcer stand. Rudy, please come to the announcer stand.
wasn't wormy anyway.
We are now underway on the north side with the Charolais show. This is class 1, 2 in the class.
March, end of March. Oh, man. Okay.
Well, one thing's for sure, there's definitely something for everybody within this class. As you analyze these cattle, it depends on where you put your priorities. For me, I like good, complete, functional cattle. And I think there's one that comes to the top of this class in terms of that. She's very eye-appealing. She's very functional. She's super, super complete. To me, it's hard to poke a hole in that. And when you're out here evaluating cattle, if you can't find a major glaring hole in an animal, it's easy to get them to the top of the class, and I think that's where this heifer excels, is she is ultra complete, and those are the kind that I like to take and feed and gamble on and make sure, you know, that they're standing there in my show string at the end of the year, and that's the one that I think's got the right parts and pieces to really excel come next summer, and just super athletic and really fresh in her appearance and just super, super complete. The next heifer, she's kind of one that if you like cattle that are stout, she is the one. She is big back, she is stout hipped, she's wanting to fight out here today, and I think if you could just get that heifer to relax, she's going to be deadly, you know, but she just needs to relax. As I read her out here today, she's tense enough that she wants to get a little up in that spine. I think if you take that heifer and get her in her own environment and let her chill out, you know, or get her used to being in this environment, she's going to change things up quite a bit. That's a real high quality one there. Another high quality one here in this hole, you know, she's one that compared to the ones in front of her, for me, she has just a little bit more chin than what I'd like to ideally see. Some people, it's no problem at all, you know. I'm just evaluating them as I'm here. That's another high quality heifer I'd be super proud to bring out. I love the freckles that one's got too. The next one coming out, just a green kind of heifer within this deal. If you've got time and feed and patience, take that one home, work with her, feed her, get her up there. Going to be a nice competitive heifer.
Firing off the Charolais show, and I think we've got two really good May heifers, just a little bit different where they're at in terms of their condition. I think you've got one that pretty well ready to roll right now and just a little more advanced in her degree of condition, but I think that also works into her advantage as she reads her with a shot more bone and a little bit more muscle when you get right behind her. I think both heifers are exceptional in terms of their balance of structure. I just like the added condition and depth of body of the class winner. The one that comes out next, I think that one's just absolutely impeccable in terms of structure as well. I think that's one just, all you got to do is take that one home and feed her, people. That one's got a lot of quality to her from end to end as well.
Here's the results from the north side with class 1 of our Charolais. First, we'll go to lot 25, DeBoard Cattle Company, May 5th. Second is to lot 24, McClellan Cattle Company, May 2nd. Now over to the south side and our polled Herefords class 6. First is to lot 49, Jensen Landing Cattle, April 11th. Second, we'll go to lot 47, MCM polled Herefords, and that is April 3rd. Third is to lot 52, Schaefer Cattle Company, and April 20th, excuse me, and lot 48 is in fourth, Darren Bolte, April 10th. In the ring now on the pole side is class number 7 and a single entry in class 2 for the Charolais.
Big time bred heifer here over on the Charolais side. And once again, once she gets, I guess to me, what I talked a little bit in terms of that semi-drive, that boy, when cattle look that good in motion is what I really, really appreciate. I think one that just so good at the ground, and yet you ask her to get out and drive, and she does so just effortlessly around the ring. So good about the point of her shoulder for as much muscle as she's got. Yet I love that give and flex to that hock and pastern. Going to be a whale of a donor for whoever gets this one bought here this weekend.
And your class 2. Lot 23 from Birchie Cattle, LLC, born the 15th of April. We'll be bringing in our other females for making the selection of your champion, Charolais female.
Well, the Polled Hereford show just keeps bringing the heat class after class, and this young lady's brought one out that's really long neck. That's a heifer from the tip of her pole there down to the top of her shoulder. You like that length that she has, the way she lays in nice and neat in that shoulder. To me, that one just reads as she's going to make a whale of a bred come next summer. I love the length of spine that one has, the levelness of hip, the way that tail head sets down in there the way it needs to. But then when you study that rear leg, she's good in her flex and that hock, and she's good at the ground, but she's awesome footed. You look at that one's toe shape, and it's round the way it needs to be. There's some spread there in the middle. That's a really good footed Hereford female that I think's exceptional when you get her out and you get her on the move. Just very, very elegantly made. The next one coming out, big stout topped one with some meat and some muscle in her, and huge bone and good foot underneath her. It's one that just needs a little more time in terms of halter work, but that one's got a lot of good parts and pieces. You could sure be proud to drag that one around. The next one coming out, really green in her condition. She's one you take her home and make a whale of a cow out of her, and I think I'll be really proud of her in the end.
Not a lot of numbers here on the Charolais side, but I think your quality on the top end is really, really good. And, you know, like I alluded to in class, one thing I really appreciate about both these heifers is at the ground. I think incredible in terms of the way that they get out and roll, and so their feet are nearly perfect in terms of the shape and the dimension. They all 4 point straight forward. But to me, I think, you know, obviously the May heifer has got a tremendous future, but I love a lot of things. I love that bone that this big heifer's got. Yet, like I said, when she gets into motion too, so good in terms of her movement, just so fluent. Young man with the big bred will be your champion. The young man will be reserved with the May. Good pair of heifers, though.
Congratulations on your champion, Charolais was lot 23, Birchie Cattle Company. And your reserve champion is lot 25, D-Board Cattle Company. We'll be moving on to the bulls on the north side. Class 3 has a single entry.
Back over here in the Polled Hereford ring, this young lady's brought out a very high quality female. If you want to make cattle that have got an extra shot of muscle in them, got that hip shape and that big sweeping rib cage to them, I think that's an excellent female. You can take home and do about anything you want with her after you're done showing her. But to me, I think her niche market would be to make big stout bulls or really impressive show steers.
Your results in Class 7 on the Hereford side. First, we'll go to lot 44, Melina Lindstrom. March 11th, second is to Lot 46, Paul Livestock LLC, March 28th, and third to Lot 45, Schutte and Sons, March 16th. Class 8 is Lot 43, Humboldt's Herefords, February 26th. So make the selection now of your champion polled Hereford heifer. And these are the calf.
Boy, big time growthy April bull calf here that, coming just on a year old. And boy, length of body and balance is so good. Yeah, once you ask him to go, he's extremely sound. I love him for his extension up. He's not that real rope chiseled neck deal, but I tell you what, that's a functional front end that I think will continue to feed well and offer a lot to the table as a big bull. Nice calf here for a single entry.
Class 3 on the Charolais side is Lot 22, J-Bar T, Benish Cattle, April 16th. Class 4 is going to come in the ring. We will have 6 in this class. And on the south side, making the selection of your champion polled Hereford heifer calf.
Well, as we are letting Dan sort these polled Hereford heifer calves here for the champion on this division, again want to remind you, juniors, of the opportunities the Classic has here with our scholarship program. Plus, be a part of our Classic Premier Heifer class. You can show them in Saturday night in that class. Be at the pop-up show in August. We got a special division there. Come to our fall edition in November. We have a special edition there. But more importantly, the Nebraska Hereford Association offers a tremendous opportunity with their For Charity Showback program. And here is your last opportunity to get in that program for this year. Buy a heifer here, bring that heifer to the Nebraska Junior Hereford Show that'll be here in Kearney in June. And here on the stage with me is Rudy Polk. Rudy is the director of the Nebraska Hereford Association. And they have a payout of $1,000 of the heifer that wins that division and $600 in the reserve. So whether you're looking at the Hereford Association opportunities or the Classic, keep in mind all of the opportunities on these Hereford heifers.
Well, for this calf champion polled Hereford female here, I think there's a couple different ways you can go out here, but when you line up the preferences the way I do, there's one that I think's just exceptional. It's a very, very high quality set of heifers. If you came to Kearney looking to buy a show heifer for your kid, if you came to Kearney looking to put an elite cow back into your program, I think there's a couple out here that can do that. This is the way I lined them up. when you get ready to buy one, go through and rank them in your priorities. Don't always believe the way one guy's opinion is. I've had cattle that we've showed over the years that were third or fourth in class as babies, and by the time we got the big ones, nobody could touch them. So, it's just how you line these things up. But I think there's two out here that are really, really good, and there's a couple others that were for sure in the contention. But congratulations to these Polled Hereford breeders for a really nice set of females.
Congratulations, your champion Polled Hereford heifer calf. It comes out of lot 49, Jensen Landing cattle. Your reserve champion is lot 44, Melina Lindstrom. Moving on now to class 9, a single entry, and this will also be your champion Polled Hereford senior heifer. But class 9 is about to enter the ring.
It's a single entry in the Polled Hereford bred side of things here, but a very production-oriented cow. Really long in her spine, good in her hip design, awesome back leg in that one with a good foot under, really extended through her front 1/3. I think that's one that's going to go on and make a nice cow and be pretty productive for the long haul.
Awesome set of awesome set of bulls over here on the Charolais side, and I just think the one that balances up the best in terms of, somebody said the other day, well, I hate the phrase he checks the most boxes, but I think this one does. I think he's so good in terms of his basic build, and yet you combine that with being more than adequate in terms of the amount of muscle shape he's got. Is he the heaviest muscled bull out here? No, not at all, but I think he's heavy enough muscled, and moreover, I think when you take into consideration his overall advantage of overall combination of muscle and structure and yet still maintaining a good look, that's the bull that needs to start the class. Without a doubt, the bull that comes in second, I use this term once in a while, he's a little bit like olive oil. You can tell that bull has taken a growth spurt in the last couple weeks and kind of grown out of his britches a little bit, but I'm telling you what, when that one gets out and goes, he is so fluid in terms of his movement. He's probably one of the greener bulls out here in this particular drive, but I think he just balances up so good in terms of his structure. When you ask him to go, he's the second best in terms of build. He's not the heavy muscled one of the drive, but I just think in terms of longevity and good and maintaining a really good look, that one needs to go second. The problem bull for me out in this particular drive is this one, because he is the powerful muscled one that really meets your eye with a lot of muscularity and power, and yet to me he's deep enough in his side, but he gets a little bit restricted out of his rear 1/3. Once again, not a longevity thing. I just like to see him set down a little squarer and truer from hock to ground and get a little bit leveler from his hooks to his pins. And then I think we've got 3 bulls that come out next that are all extremely high quality bulls. They're just a little bit farther behind in terms of where they're at in their condition. I like the muscularity and the expression of the bull that comes out in 4th. I love the look and the balance that this calf in 5th comes out next, just in terms of being good looking, but yet when you ask him to drive, he gets a little bit straighter in terms of that front 1/3. The young lady rounding out the class got a big growthy sound bull that just to me, when you analyze him compared to them others, I get worried he's a little bit harder in terms of his makeup. Just maybe needs to be grown a little bit more before he gets kicked out.
Back out here for your champion overall polled Hereford female. Earlier when we were discussing these things, I think there's 2 individuals that are just super, super good. It was a tough decision in that calf deal for me, and I'm going to keep the 2 of them together. I think they're just awesome individuals. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion polled Hereford female is lot 49, coming from Jensen Land and Cattle, and your reserve is lot 44, Melina Lindstrom. Well, we're set to move on to our horned Hereford bulls. Class 10 has 3 in the lot. Over on the Charolais side, results of Class 4. First goes to Lot 18, DeBoer Cattle Company, March 19th of 22. Second is Lot 16, White Rose Farm from March 16th. Third place, Lot 17, J-Bar T. Benish Cattle. That is March 16th. Fourth goes to Lot 14, Benish Cattle Company, March 6th. Fifth is to Lot 20, White Rose Farm, March 23rd. And sixth to Lot 15, Windmill Livestock, March 7th. In the ring right now, you're observing class number 5.
Got a bull in second here is a little nervous, but the young man that in the vest is going to go ahead and stay in the first hole here, and I tell you where he does it. I think both bulls are very comparable in terms of their front 2/3, but where this bull just excels is in that rear 2/3 or rear third. I think when you analyze him out through his hip and quarter, he's just a lot more square and truer from out that tail head, and then you ask him to set down in terms of his hock and pastern is just a little bit more square and truer to me. Oh, furthermore, I think that bull too is a little bit cleaner and cooler about his head and a little bit laid in more neater about his shoulder. But I think both bulls are very, very high quality. The young man's bull in second, I think, is one that carries a slight advantage and length of body and probably maybe is going to add you a nickel more pounds in that calf crop. He's just a little bit plainer up through that front 1/3, but moreover, you can kind of see, I just like to see him a little squarer and truer out his hip, set down a little flatter in terms of his pastern, and let him get out and go with a little more authority. Once again, I don't think it's a longevity thing. I think both good bulls have got a lot of quality to them. I just like the added advantage of that structural integrity of that class winner.
Here's your results of Class 5. First goes to Lot 13, Rocking T Ranch, February 24th. Second is to Lot 12. And that's Charolais Ranch, and that is born on February 12th. A single entry coming in for class number 6. After that, the selection of your junior calf champion bull.
Well, again, Susan, you know, we're waiting, and like I say, the guys are over at the picture backdrop, and want to talk about we're going to have a little fun tomorrow. We talked about it's a big day. Those sales are going to start promptly at 11, and if they're wanting to get a buyer's number today, why, they got a little time. They are open up here in the front concourse. Don't take your wife up there, though, because, Susan, you told me there's a lot of shopping up front, isn't there?
There's a lot of shopping up front. There's a lot of shopping in here, too. I could pick out a truck, pick out some feed, maybe get some clothes while I'm at it.
One guy told me a minute ago, he said, you know what? I left my wife in the front concourse and decided out here on the floors where I belong. So really honored to have a lot of commercial exhibits here and something for really the entire family.
Very much so. Real quick, we got the AYC show coming up.
AYC, the Aspiring Young Cattlemen Show. We'll have our 2 judges team up together here when both rings are done, and we'll have that show. We've got 6 bred heifers that will be competing for the champion title.
Once again, another big, good, stout, powerful bull that balances up really well. I think, you know, once again, a bull you can admire in terms of that growth and performance, and yet still doing it in a smooth package. He's got some muscle shape. He's got some turn to that stifle. You know, an extremely, extremely long-bodied bull that's still sound off of both ends. Nice calf here. Could sure stand some competition.
Congratulations. That is lot 11 from Charolais Ranch, born January 16th. We'll be bringing the boys back in for your selection of your junior calf champion bull.
Really solid division from top to bottom, particularly in this Charolais division, and we start out with that calf out of that first class that just, he was a single entry, but he was so long and complete, got a tremendous amount of quality to him from end to end. He might be a nickel flatter than some of these other bulls out here, but he's also quite a bit younger, and I think when you tie that into his maturity, that certainly got to play in. But boy, just good lined and good looking. Nice bull here that got a lot of quality. A little bit stouter version coming out next, and I love this bull in terms of just being so good at the ground. His feet and legs are impeccable. All 4 of them toes go the right way. You know, maybe he's a little bit weaker top than the calf on either side of him, but I tell you what, that doesn't really bother me because when he gets into motion, he balances up extremely well. Nice calf here. I think, once again, for as much shape as he's got and turn to that stifle, still pretty acceptable up in terms of that point of his shoulder. I alluded to this calf in class, and I loved him in terms of that rear 1/3, how square and true he is. He's a bull that balances up extremely good from the side. He's extremely long and good about his neck. He's good about his shoulder. Is he the most heavily constructed bull out here? No, but I think he's more than adequate in terms of his muscle shape. Like I said, just balances up. Such a good-looking bull. I like him quite well as well. Then the bull rounding out the last class here, the oldest bull in this division. You can tell he's a little more advanced in terms of that growth. He's a big frame bull. If you need to add some pounds and some growth to your farm, I think he's a really, really safe option. But I really like that the overall completeness, the balance of that bull out of that third class. He's going to be your champion of this division. The young man will be reserved with just a really good one, too. I like both them calves quite well. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And congratulations, your junior calf champion bull from the Charolais show is Lot 13 from Rocking T Ranch. Reserve junior calf champion bull, Lot 18, D-Board Cattle Company. Moving on now with the show for our Charolais. This is a single entry, class number 7.
If all the FFA youth wants to kind of gather back around here in front of the block, if you want to gather around in front of the block, we'll make our presentation here of the placings from your presentations today. So come to the bottom level if you want. That way I can just talk to you guys.
Single entry here, and wow, one in terms of feet and legs. I mean, obviously he can dance pretty good going around the ring, but I love this bull in terms of his rib shape, and just looks like one that's going to be able to get turned out and stay in rig and not melt down on you. Just extremely good in terms of his feet. I love that about him. You know, maybe you'd just like to jazz him up a nickel in terms of that front end, but boy, one in terms of just getting cows bred and staying in rig, I think that bull can do a lot for any operation. So be anxious to get him out here in the champion of this drive.
Class 7 winner is Lot 10, LaFraise Farms, born November 20th of 21. Moving on to Class 8, there will be 4 bulls in this class. These will be all October 21 bulls.
really good 4 bulls here, and obviously I think we've got 2 that pair up fairly well in the top end of this deal. And to me, the bull that I chose to start off with just gives you, like I alluded to in that just a little bit softer look. I think, I don't think there's a big advantage in terms of depth of body or spring of rib, but I think he's more than adequate in terms of where he's at. With that being said, he just gives you a little bit softer, smoother look when you view him from the side than you do with that one in second. I love the extension up through the front end that calf and 2 gives you. He's probably just a notch better in terms of the point of his shoulder, but I think he's one that when you compare him to that class winner, gets a little bit shallower in terms of his flank. I think but both bulls kind of exhibit what that Charolais breed does for you. Gives you some extra growth, gives you some extra length, and just adds pounds to the end of the day. I can tell this calf that comes out in third, you can bet they wished he was a heifer, because he offers a lot in terms of what they're trying to pick in that deal. Really good neck, really square out through that hip, and that's what allows him to go ahead over that bull in fourth. I'd like to soften him up and give him a smoother look without a doubt, but one that's so good necked and square out his hip, just like to soften him up in the middle, and that's where the bull in fourth complements himself. I think he's a softer middle bull that's probably going to be a nickel easier flushing. But you can see he gets a little rounder out his hip, kind of wants to tuck and go in terms of those hind legs. I think both them bulls have got some quality to them, just don't quite balance up and power up with the 2 right above them.
Get underway on the south side of our arena now in the Hereford show. These are going to be your horned bulls. Class 10, there are 3 in this lot. Now over to the north side. Here's your results of Class 8. First, we'll go to Lot 7, the Fraze Farms, born October 7th of 21. Second, we'll go to also to LaFraise, that is lot number 9, but born the 25th of October. Third is to Lot 8, Ritchie Cattle, LLC, born October 8th. And fourth place is Lot 6. That's P6 Charolais, born the 4th of October. Single entry here in Class 9, born September 27th of 21.
Kind of a cool moderate frame bull here that comes out in this class. And boy, I love that bull in terms of that rear 1/3. Just so long and square about his hip. He stands down and stamps that hind leg with a lot of authority and is really square and true out of that front end, or out of that rear, out of that hock and pastern. Yeah, without a doubt, you might like to smooth him up just a nickel in his shoulder, but he's probably one of the more powerful constructed bulls that we've seen today. Therefore, you're going to get a little bit of that. I don't think it's a glaring fault. Probably wouldn't breed him to heifers if he was mine, but I think that one has got a lot of good. He's built incredible at the ground. Nice bull here. It'll be anxious to get him out here in this champion drive.
First class of horned Hereford bulls here, and boy, they didn't disappoint. This is a nice set of bulls from top to bottom. You just got to put your priorities where you like them. For me, this one here is built as good as any of them, from the front of his head all the way back to his tail head. You love the amount of shape and dimension that one has down his top. Awesome footed individual, really good leg. It gets out and goes, and I tell you what, that's a bull I think's really, really good and ought to be used quite a bit within this industry. The next one coming out, the D-Horn bull. He's just a notch bigger frame than what this class winner is, but he's got a lot of good to him. Really long spine, good hipped individual. Like the way he sets down on that tail head, good and functional in that leg design. Just a really nice bull there in the second hole. The one coming out in the third hole, he's no slouch either. He's just a few pounds behind the ones in front of him, but I think he's been fed and managed just a little bit different.
Here's the results of Class 10 on the Hereford side. First goes to Lot 9, Landgren Ranch, March 12th of 22. Second is to Lot 8, also Cattle Company, March 12th as well. And third is Lot 10, to Paul Livestock LLC, March 20th. Single entry now for Class 11.
Just certainly where you want to put your priorities in this particular drive, because obviously we got kind of a little bit of an outlier here in the bull in the third class. Then you've got one that's just a little bit obviously bigger framed and yet doesn't quite maybe have that center body that the bull on either side of him does, but offers a tremendous amount to the table. Then you've got one that's just kind of a happy medium of both. But to me, I think in this particular drive, you about got to go with the big bull on the end. I know he's a nickel moderate for some, but I tell you, just that overwhelming dimension he's got in terms of that stifle. Yeah, I'd maybe like to balance his testicles up a little bit, but I don't know. To me, I think he's just offers a tremendous amount of quality. He'll be your champion of this division. Then we'll follow with that calf down on the other end. Really good set of bulls, though, guys. I think you can buy these with a lot of confidence on any direction and be just fine.
January-born horned Hereford bull here this young lady's brought out. Really youthful and athletic in his overall build. Awesome-footed individual. When you study him, he's got that nice claw shape and some toe spread there. And I tell you what, that's one that's sound and functional, and I think you're going to be able to run this guy for a long time. Just a really nice bull.
Congratulations, your senior calf champion bull comes out of Lot 5, and that's White Rose Farm. Reserve senior calf champion bull, Lot 10, LaFraise Farms. Entry now will be Class 10 on the north side, a single entry, and the intermediate champion bull will be selected as well from Class 10. Over on the south side, Class 11 had a single entry. He went to Lot 6, Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company, born January 27th. Class 12 is entering the ring right now on the south side. Class 12 is 2 in that lot. And Ronette, you were starting to say something about the Herefords.
I was just going to recognize in our Hereford ring, we're very honored to have with us the Hereford Queen, Miss Gracie Pickney, and honored to have her here. I know she travels to sales all across the state as well as national events and represents Nebraska. So thank you to Gracie. We appreciate you being here at the Classic. Also want to remind those juniors and youth and parents, grandparents, remember the Hereford Women's Scholarship. I believe that is due April 1st. So lots of opportunities for everybody to keep track of here. And I'm sure they can look on the website, Rudy, is that correct? And find all of the details for scholarships, showbacks, and all of that. So feel free to contact any of us with your questions.
Awesome big bull here out in the Charolais ring, and once again starting at the ground. I think where you need to obviously, in particularly picking your herd bulls. And I love this one in terms of how big and square his feet are. Bull that's extremely long and extended up through his neck. Is he as bold in his rib as maybe some of the ones we've seen earlier today? No, but I think he's more than adequate. A bull that's extremely sound on his feet and legs. Going to cover cows for a long time for whoever gets him bought.
Two really nice horned Hereford bulls out here. There's one that I think come in the ring first here. I think just wins this class for me in terms of balance and eye appeal. He's the one that gives you a nice look, but you get up on him. This thing's got a huge ribeye in him. Really stout and powerful from one end to the other. Awesome footed individual, and you set him in motion and good and free in movement there. Just a really sound bull. The next bull coming out, if you want to add some stretch and some pounds to your calf crop, he's one that's going to do that. Really long-bodied bull, kind of a tall up-fronted one. Just set your priorities where you want them.
Again, congratulations, your intermediate champion bull on the north side was lot number 3 from LaFraise Farms, coming out of Class 10. Over on the Hereford side in Class 12, first goes to lot 4, Nelson Herefords, born September 9th. And second to Lot 5, Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company, born November 20th. And Rebel, if we could have you come to the announcer's stand, please. Entering the ring now on the Hereford side is class number 13. After this class, a selection of your champion horned Hereford bull.
Nice pair of bulls, and we're just going to kind of leave them as they came in, and just the overall extension and length of front end, and yet the squareness of hip, the correctness of lines, and yet the quality of the feet and legs, I think is what, yeah, I'd like to give the bull, and if you could kind of combine these two, I think you'd have the one that was pretty lethal, but boy, this one, just in terms of his length and added extension, I think is where a guy needs to start. I love the softness and the easy flush and look that the bull in second gives you. And I mean, if you've got a lot of bigger frame cows that you need to maybe tone down ever so slightly and it'll keep you soft and in the business, I think this bull will do that. I love him in terms of just that body capacity and softness of look he gives you. But I'd like to maybe clean him up a little bit through that front 1/3, square him out his hip, and just maybe give him a shot more squareness out of his hock. Good cattle, though. I think one that certainly can cover a lot of black cows here in Nebraska.
Here's the results of Class 11 and your junior champion bull. Comes out of Lot 2, LaFraise Farms. Born April 28th. Your reserve junior champion bull is Lot 1, and that's coming from Pesky Charolais, born March 22nd. Bringing those boys back in for the final selection of your champion Charolais bull.
Two really competitive horned Hereford bulls here. I'm going to go ahead and leave them the way they came in the ring in terms of lining them up, but this is a coin toss here between these two. I mean, both these bulls are really good in their own right, and I think they're bulls you could take home and turn out and really make a nice set of calves out of them. There's good things about both of them, and for me, I guess I like this darker red bull, nickel better through his hip. He's a little leveler through his hip, especially when you set him in motion. For me, I think he just keeps himself together a little bit on the move better than what our second place bull does. But you get it back and you analyze that bull from the side. He's good in his heart girth. He's really good in his flank. Huge topped, huge hipped individual with a ton of muscle. Good foot shape on that one. He's one that thing's going to be built for the long haul. The bull here in second, another one that's equally as good. It's just when you sit down and you look at things from the side, I'd just like to pick him up a little bit there in those pins in a phenotypic standpoint. But I think you take that cat home and turn him out, and you're going to have an awesome set of calves come fall. Either way you want to go, you aren't going to go wrong in this pair of bulls.
Congratulations out of Class 13. First we'll go to Lot 3, Morgan Ranch, born the 25th of March. And second is Lot number 2, Nelson Herefords, born the 3rd of March. Bringing him back in for your champion horned Hereford bull.
Outstanding lineup, a horned Hereford Bulls back out here for your champion and reserve. And I'll tell you what, I think there's a couple different ways you could go out here. But, I like cattle that have that extra wow factor to them, but yet still have the fundamentals and the basic principles of building cattle, and that's from the ground up. Good-footed, sound one every time wins in front of me. And if you can put the extras in there with a little added look, little added dimension and shape and kind, then I get really excited about them. And there was one bull that came out here within class that really got me excited when I first saw him, and we get back out here in the lineup, and it's pretty easy to see. I think this one's really, really good. Yeah, this young bull up here at the front's going to be your champion. Congratulations. For reserve, it gets to be a little closer for me, but I think there's another bull that just puts everything together in a real similar kind of package. That's going to be this big bull here. Congrats.
Well, really good set of Charolais cattle over here as well. And I, once again, the Charolais breed, I think, they're certainly known for raising bulls to produce, adding pounds and performance and length and growth and a lot of different things. But I think when you can do that in the way that a couple of these bulls out here combine that, I think is very, very hard to do. My hat's off to these exhibitors. Let's go ahead. I'll get you two, but let's go ahead and give these guys a nice round of applause for bringing you a tremendous set of bulls.
Time for a few moments of backdrop photos taking place. From your Charolais side on the north side, your champion Charolais bull is Lot 5 from White Rose Farms. Reserve champion Charolais bull, Lot 10, LaFraise Farms. We'll be coming back on the north side to bring your Shorthorn show. And we do continue on the south side. They're taking some photos right now. Your champion Horned Hereford bull was Lot 9 from Langren Ranch. Your reserve champion Horned Hereford bull is Lot 4 from Nelson Herefords. We'll be coming back here to start the Polled Hereford show. And you are going to want to stick around because before that final big drive, we're going to have the opportunity to hear a little bit from Miss Rodeo, Nebraska. We're underway now with our polled Hereford Bull Show. This is Class 14, a single entry.
Just a single entry here with this polled bull calf, but one that's got a lot of good to him. Really long spined individual. You get up on him, you get your hands on him. That's a guy. Guy's got a big ribeye in him. I think there's plenty of meat and muscle in that bull. Really fresh in his condition. Take him home and breed several cattle to him.
Congratulations out of Class 14. Lot 34, Doug Lynn, born the 20th of May. We have 7 coming in for Class 15. There are a few substitutes in that class, but Class 15 will be entering the ring.
really deep set of springborn bull calves here. We start off with one that I think's really, really salty. That's a bull with a big top, a big hip in him, really cool look from the side. And you love the rib shape and dimension that that one has. Really sensible in his bone work. He's got some substance of bone, but it's not extreme. Good footed, good designed one that really gets out and goes. And I'll tell you what, that's a pretty impressive bull we start off this class with. You get into the second place deal there, a little greener in his condition than what our first place bull is, a little bigger framed individual that's got a lot of neat parts and pieces to him. I think you could take that bull home and you could create a set of females that would really make your mouth water the next year out of him. Just a really productive bull there. The next one coming out, it's one that I read as just being a nice Cavanese type bull, one you'd take home and use, and you wouldn't have to worry about getting those things out. Just a really complete individual, good and sound. Love the testicular development that one has on him, good and tight in his sheath. Just a really nice bull. Doesn't have that overall punch that those ones in front of him do, but if he fits your program, that's a good one. The next one coming out, it's got some unique parts and pieces to him. You love that bull in terms of his length of spine, length of front. That's one that's got some meat and some muscle in him. Just doesn't really want to be here today, but you sit back and you analyze that one. There's a lot of good things there. The next one, if you're wanting to create some added value steers, I read that one as the one to do that. He's the one with the big hip, the big top, the cool look to him. He's one that really didn't behave real well when he came out here, but now he's relaxing. You get a good look at him. Very high quality bull there as he goes out the ring. Don't be scared to buy that one. The next bull coming out, really rugged built bull. Good and sensible in his design. You take that one home and turn him out and you got a bull you can use for a long time. Same thing goes with the next one. Just a very nice functional bull.
Here's your results of Class 15. First is to Lot 26X, Landgren Ranch, born the 14th of March. Second, 28X, MCM Polled Herefords, born March 5th. Third goes to Lot 30, Hill Brothers Livestock, March 19th. Fourth to Lot 33, R&R Cattle, and that is March 30th. Fifth is to 11X, Nelson Herefords, March 3rd. Sixth is Lot 32, Sinzo Legacy Cattle, and that is the 25th of March. And seventh out of Class 15, 23X, Danny Calderwood, and that is March 1st. Entering now is Class 16. There are 3 in this class.
Another nice class of Hereford bulls. We start off with a dark red bull that's short on markings, and I think that's a bull that's really, really complete and really good. That one gives you a look. That one's good enough to go on and show as a Hereford bull on down the road, or take him home and turn him out, whatever your preference is. But a really complete, well-balanced bull. Love that bull through his front 1/3. I like the shape that that one has down his top. Love the hind leg that this one has in him. Super flexible in his joints. Just a really complete bull. That's a really nice bull to start off this class with. The next one coming out is another bull, a good bull. Got a lot of good things to him. Maybe not all the bells and whistles that our class winner does, but you can take that one home and be guaranteed a nice set of calves come the following year too. Another bull going out, another one of those. It's not fed up quite as hard as the ones in front of him, but one that's going to have a lot of longevity.
Here's the results of Class 16. First will be Lot 24. Herefords, born February 20th. Second is Lot 25. Paul Livestock LLC, February 26th. And third is 22X, Danny Calderwood, and that is February 26th. Single entry coming in now for Class 17. After this class, you'll be picking the champion division and reserve. And the North Arena, we're underway now with the Shorthorn Show. This is Class 1 of the Shorthorn heifers.
Just a really complete functional bull here within this class. That's one, you got to like in terms of his balance, his eye appeal, the amount of muscle and shape that he has, tremendous amount of rib to that one. I think that's just a nice functional bull here.
Nice pair of Shorthorn heifers over here, and I got a month's difference between these two, and I think it's relatively close. But I think the roan heifer just got a little advantage in terms of just overall basic fundamental width and yet substance of bone. Moreover, when she's not acting like a turd out here, she actually gets around the ring relatively free and easy. I love the flex to that pastern and that way that hind leg's constructed. She's just got to get her mind right a little more out here. But good cattle, just a little bit more functional as well in terms of her rib shape. Be anxious to get her back out here in the division and get her mind a little more right. Once again, we've said this a couple times this weekend or today, and this effort just needs time. I think there's a lot of quality there in terms of look and presence and squareness of build, but I just like to see her a little more advanced in terms of her rib shape. Give her a little bit more square and truer from hock to ground as well. Good cattle though in both places.
Results of Class 17 on the Hereford side. Lot 21 from Dorker Farms, born the 10th of January, now making the selection of your champion division 1 and reserve. In the North Ring in the Shorthorn Show, Class 2 is about to enter the ring. Your results of Class 1. First we'll go to Lot 8, that is Crawford Family Shorthorns, born the 11th of April. And Lot 9 will be in second, that's Beach Family Cattle, May 25th.
Well, I hope there's a big need for Hereford bulls here in the state of Nebraska tomorrow, because this is a really nice set of bulls, and there's plenty of them to sell. But the top end of them's as good as any of them available in the country, and I think there's one out here that's really, really good for his type and kind, and another one that's equally as good, just a little bit different in total package. But there's several ways you could go in purchasing a bull in this sale tomorrow. But I think these breeders ought to be really proud of these polled Hereford bulls that we have out here in this first division. I'm going to pick your champion reserve. Congrats to everybody.
Congratulations, your champion from Division 1 is 26X, exhibited by Landron Ranch. Reserve is Lot 24, Herefords. Entry now will be a single entry in Class 18.
two really good March heifers, and we're just going to leave them like it came in. And the spot rumped heifer I like quite well. I love that one, and just in terms of sheer muscularity, and she does it in a feminine enough package for me. I love that circumference of bone and stoutness she's got. That heifer's even bold in her forearm, but yet still got a ladylike head and neck. Just a real nice place to start. It's kind of funny because the way that white comes in on her hip, it makes her read as being a little bit shorter hipped, but when you step in and analyze that one, she's plenty long and plenty good in that area. If you could compare her to that one in second, I'd like to maybe lean her up a little bit, particularly up through her chest floor, but that adds to a little bit of her advantage in terms of natural thickness, but just a lot of power and dimension there to go in that one in this particular class. The solid red heifer, a little bit more ladylike up through that front end than the class winner, and maybe just a shot longer bodied, but I would like to get her to beat that heifer right in front of her today. I just like to stouten her up in her bone ever so slightly. She gets a little bit frailer. Now, will she be as a big heifer? That remains to be seen, but both heifers are good in terms of their structure, just like the added power and punch of that class winner.
December-born bull here. I'd say if docility is your top priority, this is the one you need to tie into. Definitely a bull that's well-behaved, and it's got some growth and some power to him. He fits your program. This would be one I'd recommend.
Over on the north side, we'll be making the selection of your champion purebred Shorthorn heifer. The results of Class 2. First goes to Lot 6. That's Kegley cattle born the 9th of March, and Lot 7 will be second from Crawford Family Shorthorns, March 25th. On the south side, Class 18, Lot 20, VR Bar Land and Cattle born the 14th of December. Class 19 will be bringing 3 into the ring on the Hereford side, and again on the north side, making your selection of your champion purebred Shorthorn heifer.
Not a lot of numbers again in the Shorthorn side, but I thought the quality of the top end was awful good. And I kind of don't mean to apologize, but I kind of wanted to bring those seconds back out here because I thought maybe we didn't get a good enough look at them as they were kind of acting a little off in that first time out, and just let you guys see them again because I do think they are extremely, extremely high quality. The young man's roan heifer up in that first class. I like that one a lot in terms of her basic lines, her correctness of design, and the way that heifer just gives you a tremendous silhouette when compared to maybe some of the other ones out here. Is she as deep in her flank as maybe some of the other ones? No, but I like that one quite well, and just in terms of a look that she gives you, just a whale of a future in that heifer in my mind. The young lady coming out in the 2-hole that wins that second class, like I alluded to in class, just so powerful and dimension in terms of her muscle. And yeah, she's got some hair and some condition, but she does that. It has that much punch with a real ladylike look up through that front end, and I appreciate her quite well. Young man's heifer that was second in class 2, like I said, just needs time. I like the basic build of that one, and it gives you a feminine look up through that front end as well. She's just maybe not far along as some of these other ones out here. And if you got got one that you got a later show, that one's I certainly think could go and fit anybody's bill. Then just an ultra complete good kind of cattle here in this red heifer. Absolutely no holes. Does she come out and grab you in any one particular area? No, but try poking a hole in that one. I just love her in terms of her feet and legs. Good build, just not as stout as that one that wins that class. But with that being said, I'm going to keep those two that win that second class together. The young lady up there with the predominantly red heifer will be champion. Young lady here in the red coat will be reserved. Nice set of Shorthorn heifers, though, in this particular drive.
Well, back over here in the Pulled Hereford side, I'll tell you what, this is quite the class of bulls. You can stand out here and see the differences in these two bulls at the top of this class. I'm going to leave them in the order that they come in. I tell you what, this is a very high quality set of bulls from the top to the bottom, but we start off with one that's really long and he's spiny. He's super soft when you ask him to get out and go around the ring. I think the biggest difference is I see him that he's a little more tipped back in that shoulder than what our second place bull is, but for me and my personal preferences, I like this dark red short marked bull at the top of this class. I think that one's really good. The next one coming out, I'm not taking much away from that one. He's just a nickel more round in that shoulder than what I like to ideally see, but if you want to add some muscle and some pounds to your calf crop, that's one that's going to do it. Super athletic, just a really high quality bull there going out. The next bull, really long and lanky kind of bull. He's one that I think is going to make some extension to your calves. You want to add some performance, he's going to do that. He's a bull that's just a nickel greener than the ones in front of him today.
Here's the results on the north side. Your champion purebred Shorthorn heifer is Lot 6, exhibited by Kigley Cattle, and your reserve is Lot 7, Crawford Family Shorthorns. A single entry coming in for your Class 3. And then she will be the selection of your champion Shorthorn plus heifer, and then we'll bring the girls back in for the champion Shorthorn heifer and reserve overall. Over on the south side, Class 19. First, we'll go to Lot 19 and Jensen Land and Cattle. That's September 29th. Lot 17, MCM Pulled Herefords, and September 4th birth date. And Lot 18, Albert Muller and Sons. That is September 4th as well. Bringing in now classes 18 and 19 for your champion Division 2.
Really cool Shorthorn Plus here that gives you a loaded look when you view her from the side, and just so extended and cool up through that front end, and yet has got a lot of muscle shape when you get behind her. Yeah, you might want to just soften her up a little bit, and I think that's one you just try to get bred up early to be competitive this summer, because I think her high side is awful good. Nice heifer here for your single entry in your Shorthorn Plus show.
Well, back out here for this division of these fall bulls, it was a tough class that they came out of, and I'm just going to keep those two together. I think that's a tremendous set of bulls there. Congrats.
So 19 and 17. And congratulations, your champion Shorthorn Plus heifer comes out of that Class 3, Lot 14, Eisenhower Cattle Company. Over on the south side, Class 18 and 19 brought in your selection of your champion Division 2 that will go out of Class 19 to Lot 19, Jensen Land and Cattle, and your reserve is Lot 17, MCM Pulled Herefords.
We're going to get these Shorthorn heifers broke before this show's over, ain't we? You know, as I alluded to, the top side or the ceiling on the solid black heifer, I think is pretty high. I love her in terms of that extension of that front end, her muscle shape. But I think when you take into consideration that the two purebreds are just a little bit softer in terms of their middle, I think they're a little bit more mobile and set just a nickel more correct in terms of that slope to that shoulder. We're going to keep that champion Shorthorn out, be your champion representative, and the young lady with the red coat will be your reserve in the overall Shorthorn deal. But let's once again, we'll give them a real quick round of applause for coming back out. Good set of cattle here in this Shorthorn to represent.
Back over here on the Pulled Hereford side, I'm going to go ahead and leave these bulls the way they came in. This more moderate, heavy muscled bull, really sound and functional in his feet and legs. I like that about him. He's got a lot of nice things. He just balances up the way I like to see one at this stage of the game. The next bull, a little greener in his type and kind, but if you want to add some frame to your cattle, that's a bull I think you can turn out, and you're going to bring in some growthier type calves come the next fall.
So congratulations, your champion Shorthorn heifer overall comes out of Lot 6. Kegley Cattle, your reserve is Lot 14, Eisenhower Cattle Company. They're going to take a couple quick photos and they'll be back in with the bulls on the Shorthorn side. Now over to what we see on the Hereford side. Yes, ma'am. Class 20, your Lot 16, Muller-Polled Herefords, born July 4th will be first. Second is Lot 15, your Muller-Polled Herefords. And that will be your division as well. We're bringing in for Class 21. There are 3 in this class. After that, the champion Division 4 will be selected from Class 21. And then we're going to gather all the bulls back together for your champion, Polled Hereford.
Three big 2-year-old Polled Hereford bulls here. I think when you look at the ground and you work your way up, like I like to evaluate cattle, this bull's pretty impressive with his foot. He's got a good foot shape to him. I like the spread that he's got between those toes, the claw length. I think that's a bull that in terms of longevities, you're going to be able to take and turn out and keep for a long time. But he's a long-bodied bull, really long-fronted, long spine, good level hip to him. Still got some meat and some muscle to him. Just a nice functional 2-year-old bull. The next bull coming out, really growthy kind of bull. That's a bull that's got some frame to him, but he's got some shape and some dimension, and he balances up really nice. Just a nice bull there coming out in the second hole. The third bull, another high quality bull, just a little bit more moderate within this group of bulls. I stuck with the 2 bigger, higher growth bulls and then went with him.
Here results of Class 21. First, we'll go to Lot 13, Morgan Ranch, March 25th. Second is to Lot 12 for Muller-Polled Herefords. and that is March 25th. Third goes to Schutte and Sons for March 27th. So your champion division will be Lot 13, and your reserve will be Lot 12. We're going to start bringing everybody in for your champion polled Hereford bull in the south ring. Over in the north ring, we've now moved over to the Shorthorn bulls. This is class 4, single entry.
Single entry March bull that if you can wait a little bit to get him turned out, I think he sure brings a boatload to the table. Incredibly good up through that neck. Certainly looks like one that'll raise some awful competitive show heifers. Yeah, maybe like to just lengthen him out and stretch him out in his hip just ever so slightly, but one that so good looking when he gets stopped and relaxes. Nice calf here, could certainly stand some competition.
We're going to sneak in front of you, Dan, just for 2 seconds here real quick. You know, today we've been very honored to have with us here at the Classic Miss Rodeo, Nebraska, and it's my pleasure. I'm going to ask you to put your hands and welcome Miss Rebel Saklocha. Let's put our hands together and give her a Nebraska Classic welcome. Rebel, take 2 seconds here. You travel all across the nation promoting rodeo, promoting agriculture across the nation. Give them just a brief synopsis real quick.
Absolutely. Well, first and foremost, thank you for hosting me today. As Renette mentioned, I have the opportunity to travel across the state and, of course, across the country representing rodeo, but also our beef industry here in Nebraska. It's not quite the end of February, and I've traveled almost 8,000 miles. So we're putting the miles on my Platte Valley Auto pickup, but it's been such a treat, and my job is pretty easy when I get to represent folks like all of you. So thanks for having me today.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I got showed up there, but we've got a really nice lineup of polled Hereford bulls out here. Depending on what you want to do with your operation and what direction you want to go, I think there's bulls that you can tie into throughout this complete set of Hereford bulls, not just the ones that were lucky enough to make it back out here. But I think from what we have back out here, there's a really nice set of these things I'm going to put together, and I think the champion and the reserve are as high a quality as cattle as you're going to find anywhere around, and Hereford bulls that are for sale this spring, and you can buy these things with confidence and take them home and turn them out. But congratulations to all these breeders, and thanks for having me here.
Got a Charolais, got a single entry Shorthorn bull here that I tell you, I like a lot of things about him. I love him in terms of just his overall balance, and he's a little bit softer made than that one that wins that last class. Impeccable in terms of his structure. Feet all go the right way. Nice calf here. Could certainly stand some more competition for sure.
You two gentlemen got to team up and do our aspiring young cattlemen breeding heifers here before I'll let you off the hook. And Maybe, Chuck, if you talk really nice to Dan, he'll let you leave and he'll do the pen of 5 outside for you. So, Dan, don't sneak off. You're not near done yet.
Congratulations, your champion polled Hereford bull exhibited out of lot 19, Jensen Land, and reserve champion polled Hereford bull is 26X from Landgrens. Over on the north side now, we have got results from Class 4, Lot 5, Eisenhower Cattle Company, and Class 5 was Lot 3 from Eisenhower Cattle Company. In the ring now, we'll turn it back over for Class 6.
And certainly a good number, Class 6 we got. And I like this, a lot of things about him. And you can paint this bull. I heard Dan use this expression a little bit ago. It doesn't really matter what color this one is. It's got a lot of quality. He's certainly got some muscle shape. When you get behind him, he's extremely good in terms of his angles at the ground. But most thing I appreciate about him is just his overall soft look. He's awesome in terms of his rib shape. I think certainly one you could turn out with plenty of cattle and going to stay in condition. Nice single entry Shorthorn bull here.
And out of Class 6, Lot 2 is Crawford Family Shorthorns, born the 15th of October. Class 7 is another single entry, then we'll make the selection of your champion purebred Shorthorn bull.
Good looking roan rascal here, and once again, very, very good in terms of his real extremely level in his design and good slope to his shoulder, and yet gives you a real cool look up through that front end. Without a doubt, I'd maybe like to just free him up a little bit in terms of his rear 1/3, but I think a bull that's certainly more than adequate in terms of just functionability to get out and get cows bred. Really a nice single entry here as well. Good sheath, nice calf.
Results of Class 7 is Lot 1, Beach Family Cattle, April 12th of 21. Bringing them back in for the selection of your champion purebred Shorthorn bull.
Well, wrapping up our bull show, I think there's one calf out here that does a lot of good in terms of not only structurally, but the look that he gives you. I just love his overall balance. He's not maybe as massive and as, you're going to have to give him just a nickel's worth of time, but I think the old white calf that comes out of that second class just offers a lot of quality. I think when you look at him and not only at the ground, but just the way that calf balances from then on out, to me, he excels just in terms of his overall balance and pattern. Like I said, that's one I think you just give a little bit of time and let him mature. I think he's going to offer a lot to the table when this is all said and done. He'll be your champion purebred Shorthorn bull. As we look at the rest of them here, I think it gets pretty close. I think you've got some give and take here in this particular drive. I think the calf that wins that first class is one that I think when in relation to his age, you got to appreciate the performance in him. He's a long skeleton bull that good up through that front end, but maybe just like to tweak him in terms of that rear 1/3 a little bit. The young lady's solid red bull here. Once again, like I talked to him in class, extremely functional in his overall design, extremely good in terms of his rib shape. Just like I said, maybe like to power him up when in relation to his frame to the other ones. And then the roan bull here, extremely good looking. And I'd like to, there's a lot of good things about him. I maybe just in this particular drive like to sound him up a little bit out of that rear 1/3. I don't think, once again, it's a big longevity thing. It's just kind of a nitpick for me. I like the red bull here to be your reserve. I think that one's just so complete. Going to be a real easy flushing type of calf. Good place to end up here for your reserve bull. Congratulations. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Your champion purebred Shorthorn bull is Lot 3, coming from Eisenhower Cattle Company. Your reserve is Lot 2 and Crawford Family Shorthorns. Class 8 set to enter the ring. There'll be 2 in this class.
got a February and a March calf out here, and I chose the solid red February. I think just an advantage in terms of balance. And what I mean by that is he just holds himself together a little better and extends out with a little more length of stride than that calf in two. And moreover, I think there's a shot more performance in that red calf. Both good in terms of their look. And when old roan calf here in two gets relaxed and comes together, he's got some quality as well. Maybe a little bit shorter in terms of his overall makeup, but that can work to his advantage in some cow herds. I think one that I think mated right could probably outbreed the Red Bull, but just I think the red calf works on a little bit bigger blanket of cattle in my mind, not only commercially but also in the show ring. Two really good calves, though, just a little bit different type and kind.
Here's the results out of Class 8. Lot 12, Sherbeck for Farms, February 26th, and second is Lot 13, also from Sherbeck's, born on the 9th of March. Single entry coming in now for Class 9. Then we'll make the selection of your Champion Plus Shorthorn Bull.
Big old rugged bull here that certainly brings a lot to the table. And I mean, it reminds me a lot of that Schaefer bull that won, like, I think he was third overall at OKC. Just a lot of good pieces and parts to this bull. I love him in terms of that, just the way that hind leg's built. Really good, and for as much expression and power as he's got, still good up through that front end. I'm not saying he's a heifer bull by any means, but I certainly think he could raise heifers, just maybe not breed him to a bunch of first calf heifers. But boy, he has got a lot of quality to him, presented to the nines. Nice calf here to come and be a single entry in this plus bull show.
Congratulations out of Class 9, Lot 11, Wood Sisters, March 10th. Bringing it back in now for making the selection of your Champion Plus Shorthorn Bull.
And that right there is what gets that bull to be your champion in this particular drive. I think one that just with that much bone and still staying that smooth and yet good looking up through that front end, that bull gets pretty hard to deny, I think, in this particular drive. Take nothing away from the solid red calf. I think he's good on his feet and legs. I think he's, certainly within it for his age, has got some power and dimension to him. But when you compare him to the big black 2-year-old that comes out, I love that bull just in terms of that power and extension. Really nice place to be your champion Shorthorn Plus bull. Obviously, the young man will be reserved. Good pair of bulls. before the big black bull has to come apart. We're going to keep it rolling, but I will tell you, my dad gave me a really nice compliment when on the way out. He says, you know, when you're going to cattle country, son, and that's a pretty big honor to get asked back to come because they kind of respected what you said and what you did. And I do take that as a tremendous compliment. I was fortunate to come here in 19 and sort this thing, and I will tell you the cattle have done nothing but get better, and I actually found a heifer that I called my brother on the Hereford side. So I once again, the cattle all day long have been really, really good, but my hat's off to the people that have asked me and decided to have me come back. It is an honor and a privilege, and I don't take it lightly. So with that being said, I think the Black Bull kind of steals the show in this particular drive. Like I said, I love him in terms of just how athletic for as stout and as big and as powerful as he is. I think that bull offers a lot to the table, no matter what color or breed he is. I just extremely, extremely good cattle there to win this particular drive. Is the Red Bull that would slide into that division. Like I alluded to in that drive, I like him a lot in terms of just basic cattle fundamentals, but I think that white Shorthorn bull just gives a little bit more punch in terms of his stifle, gives you a little bit more look of balance when you view him from the side. Good set of cattle. He'll be your reserve in this particular drive, but let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing you a good set of cattle all day long.
Folks are going to want to stick around because coming up here shortly here in the South Ring, we're going to have our AYC Bred Heifer Show. We've got 6 amazing bred heifers that are part of our Aspiring Young Cattlemen program. You're not going to want to miss these coming in. Your overall champion Shorthorn Bull comes out of Lot 11, Wood Sisters, and your reserve is Lot 3 from Eisenhower's. Well, stick around, folks. Coming up here in the South Ring very shortly is going to be our AYC Bred Heifer Show. This is the Aspiring Young Cattlemen, where they're bringing 6 of the heifers back that were bred and run at. That's part of this. They've got to be bred to come back to show in this class. And what did you start with, 10?
We started with 10, and it's a unique program, and we'll kind of save, and we'll talk about it when we get these kids in here. We'll get our team lined up. We'll get Kathy to lining up the cattle. We got 6 bred heifers, and our 2 judges are going to team up and get us 1 champion aspiring young heifer. And essentially, one of those young ladies is going to have the honor to be on Supreme Row tomorrow night.
Which is an honor in itself.
All right, crew, we'll get ready here. We're going to bring in our aspiring young cattlemen participants, and we'll announce them as they come in the ring. Our 2 judges are going to team up here, and they will be selecting one of these females, and she will be on Supreme Row tomorrow night. First in is coming Abby Maynard. Abby Maynard was partnered with Charolais Angus. You can just wait, Carissa. She's just ready to go be a cow. She's just ready to go be a cow. She don't want to be a show heifer. Second in the ring is Tatum Schroeder. She was paired with Bear Mountain Angus. She's just ready to be a cow. She doesn't want to be a show heifer. Carissa Gale was paired with Wagon Hammer Ranches. You can just find a spot, Carissa, and let her stand. That'll be fine. Next in
Next in is Jaylee Pope, and Jaylee Pope was paired with
Double Heart Diamond
Cattle Co.
Next in is
Emily Happold,
and Emily was
paired with Shooty and Sons.
And our last young
lady is Bailey Hall.
Bailey was
paired with EMS Enterprises.
The Aspiring Young
Cattlemen program, the youth partner with breeders and basically partner for almost a year here on these heifers. They learn about the operation. The youth are responsible to take the heifer home, get her bred, get her ready to be shown here and sold. They learn about the breed they're involved with. They'll learn about getting cattle bred, nutrition, as well as the last couple of weeks here, they've been learning about some marketing. These girls have been calling other breeders across the nation and inviting them here to the Classic and telling them about their bred heifer and what they're bred to and when they're going to be sold.
Tomorrow night, we'll be introducing our new aspiring young cattlemen youth and breeders that they're going to be partnered with, and look forward to working with them for the next year. Again, our two judges will be selecting one bred heifer that will be on Supreme Row tomorrow night.
Well, without a doubt, to kind of wrap this thing up, and what a tremendous opportunity for these young kids, not only to work with the set of breeders within the state and surrounding areas, but just an opportunity to learn. And I will tell you, as a guy that sells feed and works with young people every day, I will tell you point blank, don't ever think, when you think you've got it all figured out is when you're not any good anymore. And that's when, a project like this gives these kids so much opportunity. And my hat's not only off to the kids because, when we don't think about it a lot because we're around these type of kids, but I tell you, when you go and like I've got a set of junior twins at home that we're getting ready for Beef Expo and leave tomorrow morning for, we get spoiled with kids like these that have work ethic and can actually go out and do things on a normal day. And I tell you, it really makes me proud to see that another state has gone and done something like this and what have you. But I will tell you that the opportunity that you guys have got working through this program is second to none. And I will tell you, I really wish Illinois, and I'm sure Danny does as well with Indiana, that we had something like this, because obviously we've got kids out here that flat know what's going on. Danny's going to go select you your champion out of this particular drive, but let's go ahead and give these kids a big round of applause for doing a fantastic job.
Your champion AYC is Tatum Schroeder and Bear Mountain Angus. Again, let's put our hands together and congratulations to all these young ladies. And a huge thank you to the breeders that partner with them. And again, these females will sell tomorrow, so make sure you're visiting these girls in the stalls, learning about their bred heifers, what they're bred to, and when they're going to calve. Congratulations and thank you to all you young ladies. If everybody wants to stay around ringside here in a little bit, we do have one set of pin bowls, and so we're going to kind of use it as an advertising and a marketing format. So, Dick, if you want to come join me over here, Dick Holman, you want to come around and join me. And again, stay ringside. We're going to announce in the back of the barn, and we're going to have a little, let a breeder bring in 3 bulls, learn about his operation, and so it's nice and warm in the building. You don't have anywhere to rush off to. We'll enjoy a couple more hours here at the Classic. Well, young ladies, I'll let you each get in a corner here. And, you know, the Classic really wants to build on a pin bull show, and we really are excited. We've got one exhibitor that has 3 bulls in the Simmental show, and so we're going to get him in here. We've got Heartland Cattle Company, and Heartland Cattle Company has come to us clear from Delacus, North Dakota. So, you know what, Greg? Are you going to turn them loose, or do you want to leave them on halter, or how would you like to do it? We're going to leave them on halter. Why don't you come in the middle of the ring with me, Greg? The whole purpose of the Pin Bull Show is to design to give more advertising and marketing to the breeders that are a part of this. And so we'll let your herdsmen bring your bulls in. Why don't we put them on profile on this side? And I'm going to let you tell the crowd about what you got here, what you got for sale, and invite them to come back to the stalls and visit with you.
Thank you, Renette. We're an family operation from north central part of North Dakota. It's a 10-hour drive for us down here. Every year, I believe this is the 3rd year of the pen show. We've exhibited a pen all 3 years. I think it's a great show. Wish there was more numbers and a whole lot more competition. It's a great way for us to display our program, not just showing these bulls as individuals, but putting them together as a group where you guys could get a chance to see what they look like as contemporaries in their own herd group. A little bit about the bulls. The leadoff bull here that Brett has got is lot 22 in the Simmental catalog. He is a three-quarter blood bull. Goes back to one of our donor cows called Rihanna. Very, very low birth weight bull. It's a bull that'll work well for heifers. Can be used in a lot of different ways, and as you can see, he's still got a pile of performance and a lot to him and everything up there. The bull in the middle is a purebred bull. He's lot 14 in the Simmental catalog. He is sired by 2020. And he goes back to our donor cow, SHCO Flirt. This pedigree is really starting to come to the top in our program. Goes back to our key donor cow that kind of got us started in the Simmental purebred industry, Penelope. Flirt is the daughter of Penelope. We look for a lot of great things out of that bull. Moderate calving knees, excellent growth, great in his feet and legs. A bull that can just do a lot of things for a lot of people. The third bull is he is sired by Cash Flow. He's a three-quarter blood. It's lot 24 in the Simmental catalog. Cash Flow is something a little new to our program this year. He is actually an embryo we purchased out of the Effeling program that goes back to their Lola cow that we really thought a whole lot about. We're really excited about what he's got to offer. Just a pile of length, a lot of rib shape, good feet and legs, just does a lot of things right. Go out and add a lot of pounds to a set of calves and do a lot of things. Again, we've got these 3 bulls. We also got a coming 2-year-old back in the barn that was champion purebred Simmental bull. He would be a half brother to the bull in the middle, both out of the Flirt cow. Doing a lot of things. As you can see, one thing that's very prominent in our program, we really stick to cow families. We believe that great cows make great cattle, and it's a pretty strong philosophy that we have. And if you track through the pedigrees, all these cattle, starting from front to back, even the bull at the end of the embryo we purchased, very strong cow families. And if you look through them pedigrees, you find some very prominent females that are very dominant in the Simmental industry all the way throughout. But with that, I'd sure invite you back to the stall to evaluate these bulls. All 3 of these are selling tomorrow. Again, they're lot 22, 14, and lot 24. And also back in the barn, we got the 2-year-old bull that is lot number 3. So I'd like to thank Renette for all the work that her and her staff does. They're very welcoming to us. Like I say, it's a 10-hour drive to get down here, and there's a lot of fun people in this state. We really enjoy our week here, and Renette and the gals and the whole crew here do a lot. The board, we certainly want to thank them for all that they do.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together and thank them. And We do have a banner for you. We do want you to go to the picture backdrop because we're going to promote this deal and hopefully get it growing in the future. So thanks for being here, and hopefully everybody will come back and visit you. And that Simmental sales tomorrow at 11.